Good evening, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and get the August 13th, 2024 board meeting started. Let the record show that all 6 supervisors are here. From the Madison District, we have Mr. Clayton Forehand. From the Mattapani District, we have Mr. Floyd Thomas. To my left, we have the Vice Chair Lady, Mrs. Nancy Long from the Port Royal District. To her immediate left is Mr. Jeff Seeley from the Bowling Green District. And to his left is Mr. Reggie Underwood from the Reedy Church District. Mr. Thomas has agreed to do the invocation, so if we could stand for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Dear Father God, we come before you today with bowed heads, humbly asking your direction and guidance, open hearts, asking that you would lead us in the right direction. These and all things we ask in the name of Jesus the Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. All right. We are now set for opening board comments. Mr. Underwood.
I have none at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Seeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I visited the community that was hit by the tornado on Saturday morning with the sheriff, and was really eye-opening to see the amount of damage. And even on Saturday morning, there were still 2 roads not open. But the community was pitching in and helping each other. There were a lot of contractors. There was a lot of trees, a lot of tree damage. It is a credit to a couple of organizations. The Project 516 project was cutting up one entire lot. The house and everything around it had cut it all up and brought it to the road. It was extensive, the amount of trees that were actually down in that yard and many other places. And Wright's Chapel, the lumberjacks came in with chainsaws and really did do a lot of work back there in Lake Caroline. EMS spent a lot of time in there Thursday night waiting. There was nowhere for them to really go because the trees were down. They couldn't really move, but they were there as the sheriff's office was going house to house. And some of the houses that I saw that still had trees on them was pretty incredible that it was Saturday and you still couldn't see the house for the trees. The sheriff's office, I will say that I got to witness Sheriff Mosier with 2 contractors arguing who was going to use the road, because one contractor was cutting an individual's house that was completely covered in trees, and the other contractor was yelling at him. He needed him out of the way to move his crane. And the sheriff said to both of them, figure it out, you got 5 minutes or I'll have you both removed. Needless to say, that argument was settled very quickly, and they were very amenable to how they were going to get maneuvered in there. It really is a miracle that nobody was seriously injured. The one house that they were still cutting up that I saw the trees off of, the garage was completely caved in. Part of the house was on it. And the gentleman that lived there was working on like a 55 or a 56 model car in the garage, and the whole roof from the garage was inside the garage. So that was truly a shame. The other interesting thing and damage that I hadn't thought about till I talked to some of the homeowners is that trees that fell over in those neighbors' yards actually created huge holes in their yard because the root system went all the way across the line. And when it fell, there were 4 and 5 and 6 foot holes in people's yards, but the tree was actually in their neighbor's yard. It was just an interesting situation. The tree cutters actually told them when they cut the top of the tree off that may stand back up. We'll have to wait and see. I did have that happen to me once, but I will say that the community was really helping each other and doing all they could. And I want to thank everybody on county staff that helped, because it was truly a Herculean effort. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Long.
Yes, I want to thank everyone that came out and helped their neighbor and were on call for that night. I got up when the sheriff sends these little dings on the phone, and it's sort of scary when you go outside and the wind's blowing and howling, but it's dark and you can't see anything and you don't know if it's coming or not. Port Royal was very lucky this time. There was, other than trees, which is always the case, we had no house damage, but we certainly are keeping the other parts of the county in our thoughts and prayers. The only announcement I have is this. I saw this in the paper right after our last meeting. For those of you in Upper Caroline who may have known Hugh Whitaker, he was a lifetime member of Upper Caroline Fire and Rescue. He had retired and was in Spotsylvania at the time that he passed away, but he did pass away, and I just want to extend my condolences to the family and give thanks that he had a servant's heart and served the county for so many years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas? Thank you, Mrs. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me, I do have a few. Of course, we talked about the tornado, and again, it's a blessing that no lives were lost. But I want to special credit to the Sheriff's Department. I understand that the Sheriff's Department actually rode a family to a motel, probably because they didn't have a car anymore. And they actually paid for someone to stay in the hotel. So again, I appreciate what Sheriff Mosier done and Major and all the good works, but that sets a great example for the county and the Sheriff's Department for the things he does. The next one is, I want to say happy school year to all the new or students for Caroline. I wish them the best and much success. And there's been a lot of discussion about what we do here in Caroline, the free breakfast and lunch program. And I want to commend the school system again for doing that. That is a great program. I personally know how hard it is to learn when you're hungry. So I do want to say thank you to the schools. That's, I think, 80% federal money and 20% local money. So we're all contributing to make sure that happens, but that's a great program. I have a correction to my board comment from last month. I'm going to thank Mary Hodge. I don't see her, but yes, I do. Mrs. Hodge made sure that I was aware that the clear cutting being done on Route 2, which was Whalebone Solar, the clear cutting is not the actual solar facility. It's a property next to it that wasn't supposed to be clear cut. So we're working on that. And thank you, Mrs. Hodge, for that correction to make sure the community doesn't understand or does understand that the solar place is not doing clear cutting. Also, we had National Night Out. Great community event again, thanks to the Sheriff's Department, Chief Loftus. Our new Fire Station 10 was at Belmont, along with the chief, Sheriff Mosier. And I don't know how many clones Sheriff Mosier has, but I understand he was at every National Night Out. So again, great for that. And lastly, I'm going to remind the citizens that are watching to make sure they tell their friends. All of our board meetings are broadcast on YouTube. They stay on YouTube on the internet forever. So you can actually see what we've been doing and what's going to happen. That's the only way we have now without a local newspaper to make sure citizens are aware. I have a personal Facebook page, Floyd Thomas, Supervisor Floyd Thomas. I try to put things out there, but we are doing the best we can to make sure folks are aware of what's going on. That's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Forehand?
I wanted to second Mr. Seeley's comments regarding the folks in Lake Caroline. There was an enormous amount of community involvement. Several churches got involved. The nonprofits and the community members themselves pulled together with an excellent display of community, and it's very heartening to see. And it's incredible that there weren't serious injuries from that, because it was on the ground for over a mile and went through a residential neighborhood, and it was just someone was looking out for the folks there. So that's a blessing. There also been several school supply drives, one last weekend at the Tractor Supply, and then one a few days before that at the high school. They both they were very well attended and distributed an enormous amount of school supplies to the kids that went back to school. Some yesterday and some the rest of them today. So thank you to those organizations that really put those out. Caroline's Promise being the larger of the two, but the name of the second group slips my mind, and my apologies for that. Also, there's speaking with the Public Works staff, the second phase of the Woodland Trail over off the park complex is now available and open. That is on the bus garage side of things. And it's about 1.85 miles or so, just under 2 miles of also hilly and rural trail for bicycles and walking and exploring. That does cross some creeks. It goes near some wetlands. There's lots of deer and wildlife in that area, lots to see. So again, thank you for Public Works and for getting that open. And looking forward to taking a walk on it myself. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Forehand. I just have a few. Several weeks ago, Mrs. Long and I had an opportunity to meet with many of the county departments, and so it was very eye-opening and just kind of a good experience to just kind of meet with the employees one-on-one to hear their concerns, ideas, suggestions, positives, negatives. So to all those departments that we had a chance to meet with, it was kind of a whirlwind day that we had, and so it was very, very eye-opening in some aspects, and then other aspects, it was nice to see some of the things that they told us, some of the things that we were doing right. So it's just good to hear. So thank you to all of you. I want to wish all the students went back full time today at the Caroline Public Schools. So hopefully first day for teachers and staff went extremely well. And I also want to reiterate to what all the other board members have said in regard to the tornado in Lake Caroline. I mean, that's a scary thing. You have no time to prepare. National Weather Service, we had that alert system works very, very well. And then within 5 minutes, boom, it hits. So hopefully, and it was a miracle that no one was hurt. I had an opportunity shortly after to contact Chief Loftus. And he kind of gave me an update right away. Sheriff's Office obviously did an excellent job with what they did. So a lot of people are affected back there. And the neighbors, from what we've heard, the neighbors really worked well together to kind of come together to help each other. So that's kind of what it's all about. So thank you. That's the end for my opening board comments. We will now move to amendments to the agenda. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Hearing.
Add one thing regarding meeting minutes.
Say what?
Add an item for new business under meeting minutes, with the topic being meeting minutes.
Meeting minutes under new business. So I'll make that a 9A.
Okay.
Anyone else? I would like to add one if the board on a closed meeting in regards to county personnel. So if we could add that to closed meeting. And Mr. McKenzie will need that to be added to the closed meeting statement that when we go into closed meeting. All right, is there anything else? So I will take a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second on the agenda as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right. We are now going to go to presentations and reports. Our first presentation is to the new commander of Fort Walker.
All right. Thank you very much for the invitation to come here today. And it's good to see some of you again and good to meet some of you for the first time. I appreciate the brief time from the Board of Supervisors to introduce myself. Lieutenant Colonel Matt Bauer and my Command Sergeant Major Mike Bailey. Been up here in Virginia for all of 2 months now. I'm incredibly excited to be here and to be joining the Caroline County community. My background is I'm a career Special Forces officer with the predominance of my career focused on Latin America and the Middle East, but I spent nearly the last 12 years in Florida. So when folks up here say that it's hot, it ain't got nothing on Tampa. So I'm very happy to be up here in Virginia and be part of Caroline County. The past few months have been great for getting to know the Fort Walker team, the greater community that surrounds Fort Walker. No change to the overall mission of Fort Walker, nearly 77,000 acres of training area, contributing to training and readiness for approximately 44,000 service members and interagency partners annually. So I especially want to thank the folks in here because the key partnerships that we have in the community are instrumental in ensuring the success of our training mission, ranging from the Joint Land Use Study, the Fort Walker Executive Steering Committee, the mutual aid agreements that we have with the Caroline County Emergency Services. In particular, the emergency services, we really appreciate the close cooperation and training for our first responders that we have on the base. As I've come to learn, the great relationships we have in the community come from the fact that a significant portion of our garrison workforce lives and is from Caroline County. And one of the first folks that I met there at Fort Walker, Miss Judy, lives locally and she's worked on the installation for 45 years. 45 years on Fort Walker. So the ties and relationships that she and the other employees have are unmatched, and that's what's part of what makes the partnership here so strong. With that, we definitely value hiring people to work on the installation from the local community. That's definitely what makes it strong because those ties that they have. So I've directed my public affairs office to start sharing those job announcements on our local social media page with the intent to look at hiring folks from the local community. On that note, one of the ways that we keep the communication open to the broader public here in Caroline County is through our social media. So we will continue to post noise reports, smoke reports on the events, and we do have those large training exercises that might generate some noise. And we definitely value the feedback and engagement from the community on ways that we can improve. So in closing, I'm looking forward to continuing and expanding the relationship that we have with Caroline County, the great relationship, definitely to open to any ideas that might come from the greater collective here on how we can expand that relationship. And with that, thank you very much for the invite. I'm excited to be here. I'll pause for any questions.
Colonel Bauer, before you go, is it possible that Command Sergeant Major could come up and say hello to us?
Absolutely.
Because I know there's not many of those in the Army.
There's not, and I'd be in trouble if he wasn't with me. So he's my better half here.
Thanks for the opportunity. Command Sergeant Major Mike Bailey, going on almost 27 years of active service. Been living here in Bowling Green since November. Got about 10 months left and I'm going to go off and enjoy retirement. So for the next 10 months, looking forward to continuing the great partnership we have with Caroline County.
Thank you, gentlemen, for what you do.
Thank you.
So that means you have 10 months to ask him every question you have and get all settled in. And then you get to break in the new one.
Well, he's already taken me all around Bowling Green, so I'm definitely learning.
Mr. Forehand, just a couple, Mr. Forehand.
Sir.
A question. Since you're new to the area and you've been around the block a couple times, both of y'all, if there are things that you have learned to expect from a locality around the facility that you think would be beneficial, if you would let us know what those things are. That way we could pass the word, might have an entrepreneur person that would like to pursue something that is needed, that we may not know is needed, if that makes sense.
No, absolutely. And, one of the things I'd like to highlight is we just signed a intergovernmental service agreement with the town of Bowling Green where we could actually go through the town of Bowling Green for certain contracted services. So at the moment, we're thinking, small level like HVAC repair, something like that. But I see that as an opportunity that it's mutually beneficial, right? Because it's employing folks, in the local community for services that the government requires. And it's usually cheaper than us than going through other systems. So we'll definitely go ahead, sir.
No, I'd say if you're outsourcing something to something 20 miles away that we could bring closer to you, we're always looking and wanting perspective from folks that might have a need. So.
Absolutely. I want to continue that discussion because we see it the exact same way.
Okay. Thank you. And welcome.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have a discussion. I think this will be via phone call. We have a discussion on the Virginia Scenic River Program. Ms. Kelly McClary.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just introduce this briefly. We're very appreciative to have with us tonight Ms. Kelly McClary, who is the Director of Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation's Division of Planning and Recreation Resources, and she is here to provide information about the Virginia Scenic River Program and answer any questions from the board. As the board will recall, we received a request a while back to designate part of the North Anna as a scenic river, and during that previous discussion, some questions came up that needed the help of DCR. So again, Ms. McClary is available to answer questions. We scheduled her during the reports segment of the meeting, and then we will let her go about enjoying her evening after that, and then take up any action if there is any under unfinished business. But she's here now to, I think, maybe talk a little bit about the program and then answer board questions.
She's being phone. Ms. Clary? I can't see. Ms. McClary, are you there? The monitors. That would be us. Yep. Oh, that's us. Oh.
Maybe somebody can call her and tell her.
Mr. Parton, do you have her?
Oh, she says she is, but she's out on your problem.
She always just asked questions.
Yeah, why don't we move on, Mr. Parton? Mr. Sadler, what I'll do is if we don't mind, I'll move up to the Dominion Energy presentation, and then hopefully we can come back to. Okay, how about the update on the Caroline County Public Schools Energy Savings Project then? Gentlemen, your time is, you're,
Waiting for the presentation.
okay. Screen. No, this is on my screen. Is your screen monitor working? Holy cow.
We're having a tough day, meeting.
Yeah, we are.
We moved to
Oh, this is the wrong presentation.
schools.
Yeah, we're on the.
There's our lot.
Yeah, we have monitors. Well, that's not necessary.
Good evening, Chair Black, Vice Chair Long, members of the board. I'd first like to thank each and every one of you for the support with the Caroline County Public Schools Performance Energy Contract. At this time, I would like to introduce Mr. Mark Gallick. and Mr. Dave McNally from McClure to provide you with a high-level overview of the Performance Energy contract with an update on Phase 1 construction.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for the time tonight. Again, my name is Mark Gallick with McClure Company. Wanted to give you an update, since the kids are back in school as of today, to the project that we're performing at the Caroline County Public Schools. The four-step process that we go through complies with the state mandated process for these types of projects. Currently, we're in step 4, which is the construction of the needed infrastructure upgrades at the schools. It's not going forward anymore. There. Oh. There we go. So this is the timeline of the total project. So this project actually started at the school district back in September of 23. Fast forward all the way to April of 24 is when the boards approved the project to move forward. One of the new dates that was actually added into the schedule is 5/23 of 24. That's actually when the contract was signed. So between 4/9 and 5/23, there was the negotiation of the terms of the contract that drug out probably a little longer than we anticipated. Because after that 5/23 date, 4 days later, we were on site starting construction. So the timeline between the actual execution of the contract and boots on the ground, if you will, for the project was exactly 4 days. So the good news on all of this and what you're going to hear through this short presentation is that we are on schedule, and everything is working out very well for the project. There we go. A highlight of all the schools from a very high level, and Dave McNally is with me tonight. He's going to give you a little more detail into where we're at and all the different items. All the lighting upgrades are progressing. They are anticipated to be done by the end of the month. All the building envelope is complete, and the HVAC work that we were doing at the middle school is complete based on the schedule and the equipment that was available this summer. So some of the good news about this is we were able to phase the project over 2 summers, and there were no pricing implications to the school district or the county. This is largely done because of the folks that we had actually on site doing the work, and 2 of them are with me today. First one is Dave McNally standing behind me. He's the project manager and knows all the details of the project we've done. And second is Dennis Paul, who's sitting in the back of the room. He's our site superintendent. Because of these 2 gentlemen, we were able to maintain that very tight schedule, and we're able to tell you today that we're on schedule with the project. Not listed on this site is the school systems administration and personnel, because every successful project we have is a direct result of the partnership that we have with those folks. And we couldn't do the projects that we do without the support of those local people.
Okay. Good evening. I'm here and pleased to give you an update on the status of the project. Phase 1 is substantially complete as we expected to be at this time of the year with students returning. So the work is complete and we're in commissioning phase right now. So balancing and control integration are still going on. As that completes, we're preparing for phase 2. Phase 2 will have a few components. Still at the middle school, we have the chilled water system. The chillers are procured and expected to deliver Christmas Eve, actually. The large air handlers should arrive early in January of 2025. So we're in the process of planning that work. This work will take a different tone. The first phase was inside the building, made a great deal of mess. And again, I echo all the great efforts by working with the school system, the custodial staff, Chris, Bradley, Marcia. It really was a team effort to get the school cleaned up and suitable for students and teachers. Next year, phase 2 will take place in mechanical rooms, boiler rooms, so we won't disturb the school at all. But the essence will be to maintain or minimize the amount of time that the chilled water system is down and keep the building low in humidity and cool. Another component of the second phase is at the high school. So there's energy recovery work that will be done there. That is in design development as we speak. Part of another energy conservation measure, a very important one, has to do with the control system. So the control systems enables the school to control the ATC system, minimize energy, maximize comfort, and provide the best learning environment for the school. Solar, Mark, you want me just to comment on it?
The development of the solar installation, we're just going to kind of move on without clicking through the slides. The solar development continues. It is a longer process as we discussed early on. We anticipate being back to the school system in the fall to give them final savings opportunity by implementing solar across their school districts.
And kind of the last parts to talk about, Mark had already kind of mentioned two other measures were the lighting upgrades. So those will be finished at the end of this month. That's one of two very quick payback energy conservation measures. So the lighting will provide payback within a few years. Almost 6,000 light fixtures are being upgraded. And the last component is the building envelope upgrades, which were actually done pretty early in the project by early July. That essentially seals all openings in the building, allow air and insects to get in and out of the building. So that is complete as well. The timeline is as expected and presented, and we have full confidence we'll maintain that through the end of the project. I'll leave you with time for any questions you have for us.
Any board members have any questions? No, wait.
Can we have that presentation?
You may.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great one. All right, are we ready for, let's go back to the Department of Recreation and Resources, Ms. McCleary. Is Ms. McCleary on the phone now?
Ms. McClary, if you can hear us, you are muted. So if you can unmute, you should be good now.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Thank you. We can hear you now.
Sorry for the technical difficulties.
No worries. So you are live right now, Ms. McClary. So if you could just kind of give us a brief overview of the program, and then I think board members, I know at least a couple board members had several questions that they wanted to ask.
Absolutely. So the Scenic Rivers program was created in the 1970s by Department of Conservation and Recreation. And the intention of the program was just really a grassroots intention to create a conservation effort around rivers in Virginia. So over those years, we've designated several rivers within the program, and the intent is never to have the state tell any localities or counties what to do. So our goal, besides the designation process, was really it comes from the localities, and I know that's where you guys come in. So the way the program works is a locality can call us and ask us to consider a segment or portion of a river. And there's some criteria that it has to meet. First, it has to be a 5-mile section. It has to have access points and a beginning and end point so that river users can get in the river and out of the river in some time in that segment. And let's see, I do believe that Caroline County has submitted in the past, but I do not think it was, based on our records, part of the North Anna River, it was not designated. at the time, and I think it was in 1992 and then again in 2008. So I wanted to be here, and I know Alan asked me to be here to answer any of the board questions, and I can go over other criteria that is needed as well for scoring of the river, but I wanted to ask you guys what your questions were of DCR as well. But DCR does oversee and administer the Scenic Rivers program, but we do it hand in hand with localities across Virginia.
Okay, thank you. Does any, looking at the, inside the board packet, there were several, basically they had all the criteria there. Does any board members have any questions for Ms. McCleary?
I do, if I could, Mr. Chair. Ms. McCleary, when this came before, I wasn't opposed to this. I live on the Rappahannock. I'm one of the, and I've signed off on this, or my husband and I did, for this project. My question was, and why I wanted more information was, will all the property owners in Caroline be notified? Even though it doesn't affect their rights, they have a right to know when something is happening right beside their property. And the person who was first here could not answer that question. So if you could answer that question, you know, I'll give this program a thumbs up because I think it's a good one. But there's being considerate of your neighbors. So I need to make sure that the property owners on whatever stretch of the river is designated, that they are, at least on the Caroline side, that they are all notified and sign off on it.
Sure. So when we receive a request, it comes from a locality. We do not insert ourselves in designating rivers. So our requirement, the first requirement is for a locality board of supervisors, that locality to reach out to us and indicate a segment that's considered. And we always understand it and hope that the locality is working with the private partners, business partners. And then when it comes to us, it's created at that local level. So to answer your question for sure is that DCR does not reach out to private and public landowners once it's designated. We hope that localities work hand in hand with those public partners and private partners at the time when the request comes to us. So that's where we call the grassroots effort from us, is we don't go out seeking people to create a scenic river. We hope that the locality understands their constituents as well as works privately and publicly with those. And then when the request comes in, the goal is that those parts of those answers are already solved.
So to follow up, when the Scenic River designation was done on the Rappahannock, Friends of the Rappahannock came to us and explained the program and wanted to know if, you know, we would support it. So I don't recall any county employees being involved. So is that something that is normally done, that you look for local groups such as Friends of the Rappahannock and they sort of run it and get back to us?
It certainly has evolved into that answer. So every request comes to us differently, but at the end of the day, the request comes from the governing body of the locality. So in other words, a board such as you can submit a request to DCR as long as the river segment is over 5 miles and it has some access points. How it comes to you and how you guys decide to make the request is more up to you. And what I mean by that is it could be Friends of the Rappahannock in that case. It could be other groups, other nonprofit groups. It could be out, you know, of people that support the river, whether it's canoeists or walkers. So it comes differently to us, but the first requirement is a governing body such as yours, Board of Supervisors, locality, that writes a letter in support of that designation to DCR. But the grassroots comes in where those friends groups or those private partners or those business partners want to create that designation. And the designation is really just an economic driver. A lot of counties use the designation as a good thing to show off in their county, a PR thing. Scenic River can add other people to come to the county. And so most of the time for us, it does not take away from anything on that river. So the state cannot come to you as a locality and tell you after a scenic river is designated what to do along that river. In fact, having a scenic river designation does not prevent anything built or unbuilt along the river. The only thing it does do is, should a dam be built on that river segment after it's designated, the request has to go to the General Assembly and be reviewed. It doesn't prevent a dam, it just it gives one more layer of review by the General Assembly prior to a dam being built. That's the only item that it may potentially prevent on a scenic river. Otherwise, it's up to the locality to continue that purpose. So to create a scenic and use it as an economic driver for their county.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Underwood?
Yeah, Ms. McCleary, thanks for being here this evening. Did I understand correctly that you said we applied in 92 and 2008? Were those the two dates that you?
I believe I believe those are correct dates. I'd have to go back to my written report. But in 92, it was a request, but I think that the river segment at the time was a 9.5-mile request, and it went through Hanover County. And one requirement that we have is if the request goes through multiple counties, both boards of supervisors have to submit a letter of support. So if you were to request a river segment that continued past your county, you would have to talk to the adjacent county and ensure that both counties are in support and write separate letters to DCR saying so. And what I do understand from our paperwork, now this was before me, but from our paperwork that designation process got started for a 9.5-mile segment along the North Anna River, but was rejected by your board and I believe Hanover board as well.
And that was in 2008? 92?
I believe so. 92 was the first request and the recommendation, and actually DCR did the study and made a recommendation that the route was, at the route that was requested at the time, was become designated. And then when it went back, Hanover Board of Supervisors opposed the designation, and as I understand, so did Caroline Board of Supervisors. And this was the route from 601 to 738. That's what I have on my notes in front of me. And in 2008, there was no interest either.
Was there a reason for the denial?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't have that in front of me, but I could tell you there's lots of, you know, like I said, we don't impress this program on anybody. That's why we ask that you come to us. We do not want to be seen as the state trying to make sure that you designate anything in your county. This is only intention to be a good thing, and a good thing being an economic driver. So one more thing with some signs that you can put along the scenic river, and of course the conservation effort as well. Many boards, though, the ones that usually disagree with the designation, are usually fearful of just that. They're fearful that after it's designated, somehow or another, where you want to build a solar farm along the river, 10 years from now, someone like me is going to come along and say, no, you can't because it's designated. But the reason I bring that up in a solar farm is because that recently happened along a designated river in a different county that did have a designation, and I did have a board of supervisors call me and ask me, you know, if we want this solar farm, or if we do not want it, how can you help us with the scenic rivers because it's already designated? And I honestly could not help them other than saying that we don't tell the county what to do about along their riverbanks. on private or public property. You certainly, though, as a Board of Supervisors, can choose to use the scenic designation if you would like to, but DCR would not weigh in either way. In fact, most of the time, the answer is, I can't weigh in, other than if you're gonna build a dam, then let me know and I'll send it to the General Assembly. But other than that, we cannot give you direction after the fact about a scenic river or land along the banks of it.
So really then it's our responsibility to reach out to property owners, and if we choose to hold meetings and give them the updates on this request.
Absolutely. If you so choose and would like to talk to all the property owners, do public meetings and say, we're interested as the Board of Supervisors to designate a section along the river that includes your property, all of that are good things. You so can do so and then require yourselves to vote and then send us a letter of support if you'd like at that time. And if you choose not to, then that would not start or instigate the process. I would tell you that since we reviewed the river for the criteria that's involved, and criteria to designate a river, just to give you an idea, is, water quality, has to do with access points, historic features along the river, visual appeal. All of those are items that we score. So the section, the 9.5 mile section between Route 601 and the US 1 bridge, that was reviewed, but it was reviewed, again, 30 years ago at this point, or 20 years ago. And so should you want to reopen that or just do a 5 mile section within your county alone, we would have to review the criteria again, just because it's been so long and things along the river obviously change. So we would want to do another evaluation, but again, we would not start the evaluation until you send us a request to do so from your board.
Okay, my final two questions. Give me the pros of designating the 5 mile section as part of the North Anna as a scenic river. What's the advantage?
The pros?
Yes.
The advantages are truly the economic driver for your county. The advantage is for you to say, hey, we have a scenic river, it's been designated that by a responsible party that understands evaluating criteria regarding water quality, regarding development and access along the river. So the advantage is to say this river meets the criteria from several professionals to say so. And it also reviews water quality, endangered species, those kind of things. So if the river did not meet it, it may be impaired there. It may not have good fish. It may not have a visual appeal. So I would say the biggest designation is the economic driver for the county, and to ask people to come to your county, to ask people to float the river. It does bring outfitters to your county, like canoeists, but again, if you want them to be there. But it certainly will bring people like that to your county. That's what we've seen with the other designations in the process of those locations. It brings people there, it brings tourists there, and it brings locals to the area, both to spend money, because what happens along designation of a river is you bring the canoeists, then they come out and they have to eat. And, just like trails sometimes do as well, is you'll be able to, the public and private partnerships that occur during that time, it's only incentive for that.
Then the other half of that is, what are the negatives that you've heard about any designation?
I'm biased.
I want you to be. I want your biased opinion.
The only negative is if you choose to build the dam, which most likely is not the case. It does have to be reviewed by the General Assembly prior to the dam being approved to be built. It does not prevent it, but it does have to be reviewed. Other than that, we stay out of it. And I'm saying this truly because I'll think that most boards don't believe us and think that somehow or another now DCR gets to tell the board what to do. And that's not the case at all. Like I said, I've answered several questions from multiple counties, including Halifax County recently this year. And they wanted me to weigh in on a solar farm. I do believe they wanted me to weigh in to say that it prevents the solar farm, but it did not do that. I certainly invite you to go to our website. It's dcr.virginia.gov and then go under recreation planning. But there are, under the scenic rivers, there's all the pros and cons, and there's really not a lot of cons. There really isn't. We don't come in and tell the board or tell any future board in 20 years from now what to do in your county.
Thank you, Ms. McCleary.
Mr. Seeley?
Yep.
I don't have,
Mrs. Long, you already opinion. Mr. Forehand? Mr. Thomas?
Yes. Ms. McCleary, it's funny you would say that, but I'm actually on your website now, and you have what a scenic river does and what a scenic river designation does not do. And you already said the main one, the main one that caught my attention was does not give or does not include any local land use regulations or restrictions. So what you said repeatedly is having a scenic river designation won't affect any development or anything within the river designation area, right?
Correct.
Okay, and the other one on that same does not do list, which I found a little interesting, is that it does not designate the lands along the river and its tributaries as unsuitable for mining or use as a location for surface mineral mine. I can have a mine right next to a scenic river?
We can't weigh in on your mine next to a scenic river. So I would say that, I mean, yes, we would not, if you called me and said, hey, we're about to do this, what do you think? I would say scenic rivers program does not apply here, but you as a board in your own county can choose what you'd like to do. But DCR would not weigh in on that.
All right, I don't think or expect that's something we should do. I just thought it was something that you said you wouldn't or wouldn't weigh in on. So, okay, that was the only thing I wanted to make clear. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
I just have one. If we decide to go forward with this, do we submit directly to DCR? Is that how the next step in the process will work?
Yes, absolutely. And you can submit it to me or our director, Matt Wells, either way it would come to me. And it would be a request. I could certainly send you something similar of what we would ask of you, but I believe if you look in your records, I mean, this board has submitted to DCR before on the North Anna River. So, but I can share with you the similar letter that would be expected of you should you decide to do so. And just so you know, that would begin the process. So what that would do is you would say the county is interested in, of course, has to be over 5 mile section, and it has to have the entrance access point and takeout point, some kind of public access, basically. Those are really the minimum criteria. Once we receive the letter, and as long as the section is within your county and yours alone, then we would take the letter and we would enact a group of people to go and float that section of river and actually work on the scoring of those criteria. And we would ask you as partners to be part of that float. Of course, after a certain number of people that we would ask, and we'd also ask you to help us to schedule canoes or schedule some kind of boating. So we don't do it in a bubble. We ask the county to support us by either adding some people, might be a planner in your area, and we would go through the criteria, teach them how to review the criteria, and then score it after a day or two. And then we would come back and actually DCR writes the report. And after we evaluate all of the criteria and all the scores, we'll write a report and make a recommendation. That recommendation would be shared with you as a board. Even once we the recommendation does not mean the river's designated. You can still choose to back out and say, you know what, I'm not, interested anymore. Should you choose to move forward at that, what we do is we submit the recommendation to our Board of Conservation and Recreation, and they actually vote on it, and they vote it for the same criteria that we talked about. We do a presentation for them. We provide them your support letter, because we would have that at that time, and with all that knowledge, they would most likely, I would assume, vote yes and say, yes, we recommend it to be designated. After that time, we would work with you again and give you, supply you with legislation that you would supply with your local delegates to bring to the General Assembly. So we ask you guys to do that, not us, so that, again, we don't lose you in the process, but also you still want it designated. The designation actually would come from the General Assembly. So we provide you with example language to use, and then you would provide that to those delegates at that time, and then they would supply it to the General Assembly. I would review it again during that process of the General Assembly process, and then once they enact the language, it would become designated, and we would certainly you would know it as well as we would at that time.
Okay, just out of curiosity, a couple of things. I would gladly love to do the float with you as long as it's on a weekend. But the second thing is, how long of a process are you talking about?
It's several months. Certainly we're coming into fall and winter season, so depending on when we receive your letter and put a group of people, because it would be a group of people, probably 8 to 10 people, including some staff on your end, or whoever you'd like to recommend to go with us. And then after that, the report gets written. So it depends on the time of year. Sometimes rivers are dry, and so we wait until the spring to do the river designation. So it could take anywhere from 5 to 12 months.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anyone else have any questions? No? All right, thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Yeah, and I'm sorry for all the audio problems. I'm glad I was able to call in.
No, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That was very informative. Thank you.
Let me know. Certainly let me know. You have, I think someone there has my number and name, so if you have additional questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Yeah, right, okay. So, all right, thank you very much. All right.
Thanks.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, bye-bye. All right, we are moving on now to the last one, which I think will be the longest, the presentation from Dominion Energy.
Good evening, Chair Black and Vice Chair Long and other members of the board. My name is Andre May. I'm the External Affairs Representative for Caroline County with Dominion Energy, and I'm here also with my colleague, Ms. Ann Gordon-Michael. And today we are going to be discussing reliability in our transmission projects that we have that are currently going on. But before I began, I wanted to also take a moment to convey our thoughts and prayers, not just from our company, but from myself personally, to those that have gone through this tornado that went through Lake Caroline. As a person that has survived not one but 2 tornadoes, the after effects of anything that terrifying can stay with you for a very long time. And if there is anyone that is listening and they are going through that, I'm just standing here to tell you, if I can make it through that, you can as well. It gets better. And furthermore, with that in mind, our Dominion Energy Charitable Foundation is also open for the second half of the year for the second set of grants that we'll be issuing. So if there are any 503Cs that would like to apply for grants to help out with things like this. The grant time frame will be open until September the 12th, and they can go to our website, dominionenergy.com, and search Charitable Foundation, where they can find all of the different criteria as well as the link to apply for the grant. So, okay, Dominion Energy Virginia, providing reliable, affordable, and increasingly clean energy that powers our customers every day. In Virginia and North Carolina, we have 2.8 million customers with over 66,000 miles of electrical power lines. We generate 19,000 plus megawatts of regulated generation power. And with all of that said, we are still below the national average residential rate. So what is our impact here in Caroline County? We have roughly 1,500 customers. We have 30 employees in this area, and we have paid $2 million into the tax base here. With that said, we also spend with local vendors roughly $240,000. And our energy share bill assistance for this area runs in at $33,000. That's for different programs that we run where we help people who cannot afford to pay their energy bills or need to do things like set up payment programs. And also we have volunteer programs where we actually go out to people's homes, help them to winterize them, do things that can actually help them to save on their energy bills. Powering Virginia's economic development. Virginia is America's top state for business in 2024. We were ranked 6th within CNBC's annual state competitiveness rankings. We are number 1 in the education systems in the nation, 3rd best infrastructure in the country, and one of America's most accessible states. But beyond that, Dominion itself in the developmental year 2022 to 2023 had 21 project announcements, which placed $2.7 billion in capital investments across the state and created almost 6,000 jobs. So as I stated when I started, reliability is the key. And I know we have a lot of different things that we can talk about on this slide: the grid transformation plan, strategic underground, grid enhancement technologies, and the transmission, which we will be getting into later. But I'd like to actually sum this all up with one 5-letter word: flick. It's what happens when you walk into a room. You want to walk into a room and you want to turn a light on, and you expect for that light to come on. You expect that power to be there. You expect that when you sit down to watch a football game on Sunday, that you're going to be able to watch it on your television. Little Johnny expects that when he turns on that light in his bedroom at night, that the monsters are going to go away. We want to ensure that that happens. And we also want to ensure that you don't think about all the different things that have to go on to ensure that that little 5-letter word happens. And flick, however, is also, for those that are interested, is an onomatopoeia. It's a word that describes exactly what it is. I know, I'm a nerd. Hey, who's that good-looking guy up there on the right? We care for our communities. As I stated earlier, the Dominion Energy Charitable Foundation makes a lot of different donations to different nonprofits. In 2023, we gave $9 million to nonprofits in Virginia. This year, we changed up the way that we do our program so that it's actually done in 2 iterations: the winter iteration and the summer iteration. Just for the winter iteration, which started in January and went through March, we gave away $4.2 million to nonprofits. And as I said earlier, we're now in the process of starting the second iteration of grants. The education initiatives, the HBCU Promise. I have 3 children that all attended HBCU schools. I myself am a product of HBCUs. I am very proud of that program that we helped to run, giving away $25 million over the course of this program, just to HBCUs alone. We also have Promisa, the Hispanic Higher Education Initiative, as well as training and apprenticeship programs for those who do want to go into lineman work. And as far as Energy Share, it's been going on for over 40 years, and we've helped almost 1 million families and supported them since 1982. Affordability, meeting our customers' needs. Well, as I stated earlier, we are far below the national residential rate, but you have to break that down and look at it a little bit further so that you can understand just how significant that is given the location in the country that we are. So right now, our residential rate is at 12.86 cents per kilowatt hour. Well, as you progress up and down the coast, the South Atlantic is at over 14. The national average is at 16. Mid-Atlantic is 20, East Coast is 19, New England is at 26. I just came back from the Midwest attending a funeral over the weekend where my in-laws told me that they have paid $1,000 for their 4-bedroom home on their electric bill in 1 month. $1,000, that is outrageous to me. But thankfully, we are here in an area where we are starting to put in all kinds of different technologies that help us to regulate better the energy as it comes down the line so that it is used in a more proficient manner so that people's bills can continue to stay low. Caroline County actually has 2 separate electric service providers, Rappahannock Electric Cooperative and us. We partner with Rappahannock Electric on different things where we basically bring the transmission lines out to them for different things, and then they can service their partners. And we are proud to continue to do that. And now AG will take over.
Thank you, and good evening. All right, so my name is Ann Gordon Michael. I'm communications consultant in the electric transmission organization at Dominion Energy. So I work very closely with Andre and his team. And essentially my role is to partner with our project team and serve as a liaison to the community. So if we're announcing new projects or holding community meetings, then I'll be responsible for organizing those.
Can we stop there and talk about the community meetings? Since that's really the crux of the beginning of why I was looking to do this.
Can we just let them finish the project?
Well, I just don't want time to get away from us because we're really running long.
Right, I get that, but how much longer do you have to go on your presentation?
Not many more slides, just a few, so.
Yeah, and we'll get right back to you. You only have a few more slides?
Yes.
Okay.
So just before we get into the transmission projects and how we plan for transmission, just want to make sure when we're talking about distribution and transmission, everyone's familiar with the difference. When power is generated at one of our power stations, the way that we're able to carry power long distances is through high voltage transmission lines. Then when we need to deliver those to local homes or our co-ops, we reduce the voltage at our substations and then deliver through distribution lines. So have examples here. On the left, we have examples of our transmission structures, and then on the right, we have our typical distribution lines on wooden poles. So the transmission structures on the left, you'll see that we have a lattice structure, H-frame, monopoles. We engineer each right-of-way corridor based on a number of factors when we're building or rebuilding new infrastructure. So it could be based on community feedback, right-of-way width, or height restrictions, depending on which style we might install. But a few key things to keep in mind, as many of you have probably heard about all of the development and business opportunities that are coming to Virginia. Because of this rapid growth, we've seen a number of new projects requiring transmission upgrades or new builds. So it's important for us to partner with our localities when you're thinking about bringing in new large customers, such as a data center, about where that infrastructure will be located. If you're closer to our transmission equipment, it usually means fewer impacts. But obviously each case is different, so we encourage open communication when it comes to planning new developments and if a particular transmission line would be an appropriate source to connect to. Also, with transmission or any project with Dominion, if a customer is requesting service, we are obligated by law to serve them. So whether that be with distribution or transmission, we need to take a look at what the load is and how we'll be able to serve. So we start with what are our options to minimize the impacts to a community before we get to transmission. So if we can solve a need with distribution, we'll try to do so. With these larger developments such as data centers, usually it will require transmission connection, but we'll look first at co-locating with existing infrastructure so that we're not adding new right-of-ways where it's not necessary. We'll look at minimizing heights where possible and spanning over environmentally sensitive areas like wetlands. I do want to get into the transmission projects that we have in Caroline County. The first are really two projects, but we have announced these together due to their proximity. These are the Carmel Church and Ruther Glen 230 kV electric transmission projects. We announced those earlier this summer. Each project will require a new substation and a new 230 kV transmission line to connect that substation to the existing transmission grid. Then we will serve REC that will serve the new development through distribution service. So we announced these projects earlier this summer and held our first community meeting for the projects at the Caroline Family YMCA back in July. We are planning to hold another in September. We are sending invitations to that meeting shortly. We had pretty high attendance.
Please wait before you send out the invitations, okay?
Okay. We had a pretty strong turnout at that first community meeting. A lot of property owners that had questions and concerns about their property. We have since followed up with almost every person and had a meeting with them to be able to go through the routes crossing their property. So we've been pretty busy working with property owners to adjust the routes and look forward to sharing what we have adjusted at our next community meeting. So just wanted to highlight the two study areas that we have here. On the left, we have the Carmel Church, and on the right, the Ruther Glen. Carmel Church has two routes under consideration currently, and Ruther Glen has a few more options that we're working through. These routes will look a little bit different at our next community meeting based on the feedback that we've received, but no changes have been made public at this time. Next, just wanted to touch on another project. This is not a new build, but it is a rebuild project in Caroline County. It also extends into Spotsylvania County. This is a rebuild of about 21 miles. It's separated into what we've developed in 3 different corridors to try to keep track and help the community understand what the impacts are in their area. But this is a typical rebuild project, so we're just rebuilding existing infrastructure, no new right-of-way, no major height increases. We held a community meeting earlier this summer at the Dominion Raceway, and just wanted to show an example of how we've broken out these different project pieces so that the community can go in and look at areas that matter to them. We actually have a tool on our website where you can type in your address and see exactly which structures will be changing, what the new heights are proposed to be, and what the style will look like. And as I wrap up on the transmission, just wanted to kind of go over again, when we're looking at routing new transmission or meeting new power needs, we first look to see what we can reuse or use within our existing right-of-way. So it's possible that we might be able to simply reconductor or replace the wire on structures instead of building new infrastructure, or rebuild aging structures that need to be upgraded to support more growth. But sometimes we need to build new lines, and that takes a lot of careful planning, a lot of impacts, depending on how far you need to travel. Of course, we have to balance cost impacts to community, residential areas, environmentally sensitive areas, cultural resources, all of those things that we're considering. And once we gather all of that data, we'll file our application with the Virginia State Corporation Commission, who ultimately selects the routes that we are to construct. So there's a big process involved going from project need identification to actually constructing the project. Once we have SCC approval on a project, it does not end there. We have to get local permits, or we may need to work with agencies such as Army Corps of Engineers to complete the project. I think Andre has just a few slides, and then we can.
Can we go ahead and wrap this up? Because, well, I think the board has questions, and I mean, there's going to be several questions here, so I appreciate everything you guys do for the community, but there's a specific questions that we have, so we need to be wrapping it up, please.
Absolutely. So we can actually skip straight to the summary slide. We are committed to ensuring reliable energy access via a diverse portfolio of electric generation resources, wind, solar, nuclear, things like along that nature. We're keeping our rates affordable to support customers and economic growth in the areas that we call our neighborhoods. We are delivering increasingly clean energy by deploying solar, wind, energy storage, and other emerging technologies. And those are the ways that we'll continue to power your everyday. And we've also included our contact information here in case anyone from the board would like to get in contact with us concerning any of these things. So with that, we'll take your questions.
Okay.
We can have that presentation too.
Yeah, you'll send that, we can send that presentation.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Mr. Underwood? Okay, Mr. Seeley?
Yes, sir. And this is going to be a little while.
Okay.
I've had several conversations with folks at Dominion. First, I want to talk about the open house for the routes, because I attended on the 23rd of July at the YMCA. And actually, you said there were 2 routes that were actually discussed, and what I saw there were probably 3 or 4, because you had Carmel Church, you had the 639, which I called Ladysmith, I don't know what you're calling Luther Glen, and then the Woodford project on 606, where a new substation was actually being installed, and there's no transmission line there that was brought to me by another couple. So I was not aware of the 639 project. I'm aware now of the property, but wasn't aware that power was actually being brought there. And when I walked in with all the other folks that were there, there was no indication of what they should have looked at, what area they were in, what was specifically applicable to them for the area they were in. It was just all these poster boards set up in the gym at the YMCA. It was very confusing for many, many folks. And I talked to many before, and I'm the one that stopped the meeting and asked, because I had one of your project managers read what was on the wall on the poster board about the schedule of events. And nowhere, and I'm glad to see it, don't get me wrong, about the 10th of September, because in the fall timeframe, it talked about going to the State Corporations Commission with the 3 plans for what I thought was one area, which turned out to be at least 3 and maybe 4. So the confusion there was large. Many, many people, and there should have been some way of displaying whole neighborhoods. I watched several individuals who wanted to see their property, and they brought out iPads to show them. And when they touched the screen, it zoomed all the way back out, and the natural response was, I think I broke it. So it wasn't helpful in that respect. So I'm hoping that there's going to be some completely different methodology used in September, because the poster boards and the 10,000-foot maps from an earth view of from some mapping system wasn't helpful to a lot of folks. They were busy trying to figure out where their property was. A lot of it's treed, and they just looked at me in utter disbelief. They couldn't figure out what was going on. I've made some suggestions to folks about there should have been a large display, 70 inches or so, or a projector where you could have projected lots by neighborhoods to show folks with those lines, those line options on them. It just wasn't fair to everybody that was there. It was really difficult to do. And some marking as to what each area was. I'm hoping all that can be rectified between now and then.
So as far as the second meeting that you're referencing, I'm going to try to go through each of these one at a time. The second meeting wasn't placed on the board yet because we had not gotten a confirmation yet that we could use the space for that second date. We'd actually given them 2 dates that we could possibly do it on, and we still had not heard back. So instead of just saying that yes, it was going to be at that time, we elected to leave it off and say that it would come at a future date.
It wasn't on that poster at all. It said the next date, the next milestone on that poster was submission to the State Corporations Commission. And we talked about, don't get me wrong, I met with all the folks from Dominion there. We talked about it. But I'm hoping we can rectify that between now and September. But I want to move to my next topic, which is load letters. We on the board get told that there's 230 kV line that goes across my property. I want to do some big business. And they indicate to us, this is not your fault. I'm just telling you perspective from here of what happens, that they have power available. And my understanding in subsequent research is they submit a load letter to Dominion before they ever make application to us. And then they make application, and my understanding is, and I pulled one up off of your site, it's 3 pages, and it's probably dozens of pages when you fill it out. But that is a contract between you and the actual applicant that we as a board are not privy to because you can't disclose it and they don't disclose it. So can we start with how much in advance and how much do you know 4 to 6 months before they present their project to us and tell us you've already been to Dominion, there's no issue for power? Because, and let me just finish that thought a little bit. Once we approve a project, the board, we're not approved, what we're literally saying is, you Dominion, and this is nothing we can do about it, nothing you can do about it, but this applicant is between you and us. And what they're saying is, they've been to you, they're coming to us, they have power in the works. We don't know what that means. We don't know where that's coming from. And that's part of the confusion for the meeting on the 23rd of July, was that there were a whole bunch of folks that don't live anywhere near a right-of-way, and now their property is becoming a new right-of-way because power, is going someplace that we haven't had to bring power to before in a transmission line format. So how do we work out what can be done about the load letter situation between you and an applicant that we really need to be aware of? Because when we approve it, you all are moving to provide power because, as you said in your presentation, by law, you have to.
Right. I think that would be a conversation involving Rappahannock Co-op, because Rappahannock Co-op for these particular projects are our customer that are working with whichever developer is submitting the load letter.
So even though it involves transmission, and the substation technically belongs to the applicant, Rappahannock, or Dominion. Who owns the substation for a project?
The substation is still going to be part of the REC project because of the way that we're set up in this area. There are, and I don't want it to confuse what it is that you're saying about the load letters. So it sounds more to me like are you discussing if we were to bring power to a large to a large customer, a large commercial customer.
Somebody comes to us and they've got a 230 kV line going through their property. We have power, is what is said to us. Now,
right, and that's what I thought it was.
And that line is already in use and probably is 70 or 80% taxed with what it's providing. So they don't technically have power for example, if they needed 200 megawatts for a site.
Exactly, that's kind of like the issue that I was discussing with several of my colleagues. What the problem ends up becoming is that a lot of people will purchase land because they see that there is already a transmission line running through it in hopes that it will garner them to be able to move forward with whatever that project is. And a lot of the times, all that we have is our engineering study, which is the initial thing that we normally get through REC, depending on what it is that's going on. The bottom line for it is that we are responsible for the transmission lines as they go through, as they come through and then intersect with REC at these substations and things like that. So a lot of the information that we have is just based off of that. It's not based off of us knowing, like AG said, who the end user is going to be, or anything else of that nature as to where things are going to be placed or anything like that. So a lot of the times when they see those lines coming through, they will come out and they'll say, "Hey, I've already got power. We're good to go," when we really don't even know anything about it yet. It's kind of like, they try to use the name Dominion Energy in order to push forward things to get done with the board, to get done with localities. And those are things that we are, constantly looking for. And any time that you hear of those things, that's why, we encourage you, get in contact with me so that I can actually, try to pin down exactly what it is that's going on.
But when we ask them about the load letters, when you look at some of these data center sites, the one at Carmel Church is 300 megawatts. That's probably more than the whole county uses in a year right now. So when you look at the transmission for that, when they come to us, and I'm not saying that's a bad project, but the next one comes to us and it's even in a more precarious place, and we go, what about power? We're working with Dominion. So how do I bridge that? Because the answer is, we're working with Dominion. I call somebody at Dominion, they go, we don't know anything about it.
Right. So that was exactly what I was going to say. The way you bridge that with them, who are you working with at Dominion? Give me a name, give me a number so that I can call them, or you can call me and I can look for them. And what we found is that there are instances where we've done that, or someone has done that, and they've said, "Oh, well, I'm in the process of doing it." Well, now you know right off the bat that they haven't talked to us at all, or they haven't, or they haven't even talked to REC for that matter. What I would suggest is that the first person that you would ask them, have they talked to, is REC, because it's going to go from them to REC to us. It's never going to go from them to us first and then REC. Right. So what we're responsible for is just getting the transmission line to that substation.
Okay, and I'll agree with you there to a point, and I'm going to go back to the 23rd of July site where I was looking at 3 sites that had, you all were, it was only Dominion folks there initially. So I started asking, where is this site? What is this, especially the site on Ladysmith Road and the one on 606 Stonewall Jackson that is a mile from Mattamead, which is a new substation that I was surprised was going so far up when they've got 1,100 acres at Mattamead. Why was the substation going up Stonewall Jackson Drive at least another mile from the site? That I still don't know the answer to that. So we have, but now you're saying, so tell me what the Ruther Glen site is, because it's not clear to me what that is. So, because I have Carmel Church, Ladysmith, and Woodford as my 3 sites.
I would need to pull the slide deck back up. The Ruther Glen was one of the locations that we discussed at the July 23rd meeting, and it's north of where the Carmel Church substation will be.
So the Carmel Church substation should have been in that deck.
It was.
So there's 4.
There are 2 new substations for these 2 projects, 2 total, and we're looking at multiple route options to connect to those substations. Only, not all of the routes will be constructed. We're looking to narrow those down by looking at the options.
Correct, I understand that. I guess I'm confused at, how does the Ladysmith site on 639, just across from Madison Elementary, what is that considered? Because when you look these up on your maps.
That's probably Ruther Glen, and that's a problem, Mr. May, is that map is really not a big help to us.
Correct.
What we would need is just a street map with possibly residences located, and then we could see it a little bit better.
Okay.
So, I mean, the foliage is nice to look at on a warm summer day, but not when you're trying to figure out where you're going.
Right. So.
And if you look at your interactive map, when you plug in one of those, the others don't show up, and they're not that far apart. So I guess I don't understand why that is. So I've got folks looking at maps.
So the interactive map, the purpose of the interactive map is so that when you place your street address in there, you can actually see what you would be seeing as far as the transmission lines go. So it's designed to give you just an idea of where certain things are not just on the map, but in real space from that map. It gives you a location of where it is that you are, and then it shows you relative dots that show you different things that coordinate with the, what were they?
But that transmission going to the 639 site, I still don't understand. I don't know how it's getting there.
Well, for that, what we'll do is, instead of, us trying to go over it here or give you just this information, we'll set up, I'll call you again and we'll set up a time.
But it's a bigger issue than that. I'm trying to help the folks that are gonna show up there who were completely surprised about the 606 site and the 639 site. They had no idea. I don't even know how the 606 folks got there.
Right. So
go ahead.
We did follow up with all the property owners that we spoke with, and we've had great one-on-one discussions about where their property is. We've looked at how we can move the routes. We've answered their questions about why is this here? Why can't it be somewhere else? Why can't it follow existing corridors? And we have had very good discussions and helped clarify any of those remaining questions. We've followed up with folks that we haven't gotten to yet and said, hey, we're getting to you. We just are trying to make sure that every property owner that had questions can have their answers and get to speak with our team and as many team members as they need. So we've been meeting almost every day, having follow-up calls with these property owners. So this was a first meeting, and I appreciate all of your feedback, and we're taking that into consideration for our next meeting, and hopefully it will be better for everyone. The whole experience will be easier for people to follow. We'll have more staff available to help property owners, and we'll, I appreciate the feedback that we heard from you and others, and we'll try to do better.
Mrs. Long. Mr. Thomas.
I just have a couple of questions. I'll start with the easy one. You, years ago, I served on the VACO Utility and Telecommunications Committee, which was great to learn about utility deregulation. Bottom line is you guys provide power, you generate power. The co-op does not generate power. And I'm saying this because I got a question from a constituent. You just provide the line to the co-op, they tap in to provide power to the end user customers, right? It's just that simple.
More or less, yes.
Basically. On another note, a particular prospect may come to you before they've even come to the board and say, can you get me power to this site? That happens a lot, doesn't it? As what Mr. Seeley was referring to in the load letters, they obviously come to you first before they come to us, right?
That would actually be more of a question for one of our other colleagues.
Yeah, I mean, it may not be your thing, but I'm saying from our experience, based on what he said and what I've seen myself,
Okay.
there have been prospects who've come to us and said, we've got power to this site because we talked to Dominion, and we'd never heard of that because there was a lot of discussion at your town hall about a given project that really hadn't come to the board yet, hadn't been announced until last week. So that's a bit of an issue that we probably need to work on together. But my real point is, and I appreciate the executive director at the Y, and that's a great thing, but this project is running right through my district and the Y is not. I've got a subdivision that's right on the line, 500 homes, and the St. John project is right behind St. John Church, where if you wanted to have a meeting, the trustees have said they'd make it available if we needed to. So let's have a meeting not at the Y, but where these people really are. And I think that would help us all. If you need to, maybe you could have two, one on the St. John side and one on the other side. I mean, I know it's your job and it's more work, but in the end, it's going to make life a lot easier for all of us.
Yeah, I appreciate that because sometimes it can be very challenging to find a venue that's willing to host us. So I'd love to work with you.
I am going to work with you to provide a venue. That's why I said when you were talking about it, hold off on the ads.
Okay.
I will work in the next 24 to 48 hours to get you a venue. If worst, you can use this building.
Okay.
We'll make sure it happens because you've got a couple of dates, right?
Yes, we do.
So we'll make sure that happens, but it's important to have the community meeting where the people are.
I understand.
I mean, unless you want to do a meeting in Dawn and we talk about this and nobody shows up. That's probably why nobody showed up at first. So we're going to work together to make sure people know what's going on. I've also got a list of questions I got from constituents. I'll just send those to you, Mr. May, and I think I answered most of them. The last one is, I got a constituent who said they got a letter yesterday or Friday from Dominion about the project. Did you guys just send out letters?
No.
Okay, then it may be a mistake or it may have come sooner. All right, thank you for your time. I will, I've got Mr. May's number. I will call him when we have a venue in the next couple of days.
If you can get me a copy of that letter also, I can also look into that too, to see exactly what it was.
I don't have a copy. She just said she had it. She got a copy.
Okay,
But I'll see if I can get you one.
thank you.
Mr. Forehand, and I'll come back to you, Mr. Underwood.
I don't have a question, Chairman.
Mr. Underwood?
Yes, sir. When you're looking at routing for these transmission lines, you usually look at three options. Is that correct?
We start with as many as we can find that would be viable, and then we work from there. Because when we eventually file with the State Corporation Commission, if we are missing an area where a route could be coming from, they want to know why. And
Right.
did we look at that? And so we start with, it could be 8 or 10, and we narrow it down.
So what are the determining factors as to which route is better? Is cost included in that also, or is it how it affects the parties, or
Right.
what are the major contributing factors?
So cost is one, impacts to communities, residential homes, if it's, within 100 feet in particular from a home, that is something that we include in our routing study. Environmental factors such as wetlands are very important because even if they make it through the SEC process, we may not be able to permit that. So
what if the cost is higher to you but better for the customer? Then where does the weight?
There's no weight system
evaluation.
that says cost will always trump something else.
But most of the time it does.
No, we've had projects.
You may say that, but most of the time.
No, it really depends on, can we permit the route? Can we build the route? If one is significantly higher cost, we will have to justify that to the SEC because that cost goes back to our ratepayers.
Back to the, and it's factored back to the,
Yes, but we
Community.
also look at community impacts. If we have a very controversial route, neither the company or the SEC would like to see that if we're really upsetting community members. So we're trying to reduce the impacts. And so that's where we start with some routes, we ask for feedback, and then we kind of go from there with adjusting the routes or maybe removing routes. It's all a process based on the information that we find. Sometimes we find there's a reason why we can't cross a property for reasons we didn't find in our desktop study.
so for these two substations, you had how many options? Since you said there are multiple.
For,
I don't think.
the one that I have, I actually have the numbers for actually one of them. So for, it went out. Okay, so for, take for example, Cromwell Church Road, it's number 13. Just click on number 13. There, okay, I got it. There it is. So for Cromwell Church Road, there were actually 8 different routes that we looked at. And we actually whittled it down to these 2 because of significant impacts that they were going to have on the community. One route, one route went through neighborhoods. There was another one that went through historical battlefields. There was one that went through wetlands. There's just, with all of that considered, I mean, there were some that were twice as long as what you're seeing on here. There were some that were a little bit shorter. But these are the routes that have the least amount of impact overall.
Thank you.
Just as everyone else answer.
Can I ask, when do you think it would be possible for you to get us a map that's just got roads and houses?
I would say in the next few days.
The next what?
In the next few days.
Oh, okay, perfect, thank you.
I just have a couple for you. I also attended the meeting, and there was a lot of stuff that was very vague. One of the things that I think, and I think I talked to you at the meeting, would be very helpful is your company is very siloed. And it is, in going to the maps and asking someone a question, someone said, well, that's not my bailiwick, that's not in my wheelhouse, you gotta go to this person or go to this person. It'd be nice in a meeting to have everyone that can answer questions, because it is very, very frustrating when you're going to a map or something and you ask someone something and then they can't answer because you got to go to a different map or you got to go over here to this person, and we were playing kind of chase a little bit with that. So on a meeting, and I know sometimes those meetings can become, people can get upset, I understand that, but to have everyone there that can answer the questions that need to be addressed, because that was a little bit, that was kind of the part that was kind of frustrating for some of the people that I had talked to. So I think that would be very, very helpful. The other thing too is communication is very, very key on all this, to not just the people like that are just, just the whole area in general. I'm on your rebuild line. I'll be honest with you, I'm a person on your rebuild line that's going through, and the communication has been very sparse from Dominion. Okay, I've had to seek out information, and I shouldn't have to do that. That should be when there's a change on the rebuild. I was told the rebuild will be done, and hey, it's going to be done in May and June, and they haven't even really touched it. So there hasn't been a lot of communication when that's going to happen. So it doesn't enlist a lot of confidence that the communication is happening.
Right. So with that in mind, it was actually the last thing that I was going to mention. So that was actually something that was brought up as far as, instead of just sending information to, let's just say, the supervisors who are affected by Ruther Glen and Carmel Church, as opposed to ensuring that the entire board gets that information. What we began to recognize is that keeping our neighbors informed, especially in light of Supervisor Thomas's earlier comments about the sparsity of information, in allowing that, what I myself am going to start doing as your external affairs rep is ensuring that all of you are kept in the loop on things that are going on as a total for Caroline County, as opposed to just those that are touched by the particular project. And then that way, if there's something that you think should be disseminated to your constituents or your neighbors in your instance, then we can also do something about that as well. So that's one of the biggest things.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else?
I just have a comment to that comment. That's fine. We love more papers and staying in the loop. However, the people you need to get the information out are to the people who are being affected. So I would suggest that you have available some type of a number they could call, or a page for those who have computers where they can get the information and who to contact. It only makes sense that the people who are involved should be able to contact you. You know, if my power goes out, I know who to call, and I'm going to call them. I'm not going to call Mr. Seeley or Mr. Cully. I'm going to call the people who are responsible for providing the power. I think people would feel better having a actual employee who knows what to do and who to contact. So however you want to do that, I would put that out as a suggestion. And of course, in the meantime, they can always contact us, but you know, I'm certainly no expert on how a power line should go. I just know not to touch it.
Yes, ma'am. We do have project pages on our website, and the mailers that we send out to the neighborhoods do point to the link for that particular project. But we'll take a closer look at that to make sure that there is a specified way for people to get back in contact with us. But as far as reporting outages, it is better to download the Dominion Energy app, and then that way you can then report that outage, and it will actually report back to us when report back to you when your ETR is, depending on the severity of the storm. Just putting that out there.
That's all right. I sort of like to be on a first name basis. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That'll finish that finishes our presentations. Now we are to appointments. I know we're running behind, but there was a lot of presentations we had to get through. Appointments, Planning Commission, Mattapanai District.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to motion that the board would appoint Mr. Steve Rollins to fill the term of the late Purcell minor.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Consent agenda. Is there anyone who would like to pull anything from consent?
I've got 3, G, K, and M.
G, K, and M. Let's go ahead and can I get a motion to approve everything but G, K, and M?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, K, G, K, and M.
All right. G, K, and M. Okay. So I need a motion to approve everything but G, K, and M.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Turn your mic.
We have a, all right. We have a motion by Mr. Underwood. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Thomas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. All right, we are now to G. Mr. Seeley.
There's an anomaly in G that is sort of bounced around in other agenda items later in the evening, but it looked, one of the matches was 150,000, and then there was a match for 15,000.
It's 15.
And then later on in the board packet, there was a discussion of that very same thing, and I don't know why we were doing it in 2 different places, but that was my question.
Who would be able to,
I thought it was 15, but it may be Mr. Wilson, who's just now coming back in.
I'll take a stab at it since I'm down here, Mr. Seeley, because I did help with these resolutions. And the only county match is for the $15,000 amount in that one grant. The other one, the $450,000 grant, has no local match. And the 15,000 on the other grant is only if they go over the 150 and they need a cushion.
Right.
And so it's included in there to give us the ability to do it, may not even be necessary.
I just didn't know why this was on the consent agenda when it's agenda item number 8 as well.
That, Mr. Seeley, is related to the surety that we must put up, and we wanted to separate that. Our proposed solution to that is to reserve money from the undesignated fund balance to provide that $630,000 surety that VDOT requires so that they know their money will not go to waste.
Shouldn't those all have been one agenda? I just was reluctant to approve it on the consent agenda. No, that was also agenda item number 8.
What we're asking for on the consent agenda is the approval of is it performance agreements? Is that the right?
Yeah.
Right. And the resolutions do that. That is separate. That's a formality that the state requires. But the surety issue is separate from that. We wanted to make sure that the board understood what we were doing there.
Well, I wasn't sure what we were doing, so that's why I pulled it, is because it didn't make sense. So
hopefully that helps.
Well, I had a statement on G since you pulled it anyhow, but if you remember last year when MC Dean did their phase 2 ribbon cutting and things and the governor was here, I was speaking as the chair of the board and I asked the governor for help with Dry Bridge Road. This is the help, the first part of the help we're getting. So we finally got that help, and this will just tell us how much the whole project will cost.
right, but I was just looking at it in 2 different places, trying to get resolution in my head as to what was what and what we were approving in consent and what we were doing.
As long as we stay below the 150 for Dry Bridge, there should be no cost to the county.
Okay.
Okay, item K.
Since we have not talked about space at all and doing an RFP, I was just surprised to see that we were doing a space study.
And Mr. Seeley, I was going to pull it because thinking of this, if it's something we needed to do, it seemed to me, having someone that's familiar with our buildings and our space in our county instead of contracting it out was something that should be considered. So I'm just putting that out there.
We included money in the budget for a space study because we all the last office I built had been a closet. So we're converting closets to offices, so we are out of space in every building. The training room that was built at Public Works, Public Utilities has been taken over, is no longer there. So we're converting space because we are out. So we budgeted to do a space study to.
But I guess there's no surprise in our talk about borrowing, we looked at how far out, we couldn't really borrow money till 2027.
2027, but if you started right now, and do the space study, then figure out what you need to do, then you've got to then work on design and maybe acquire land or not. There are a lot of things to do before you would actually put up a building, but we feel like we're out of space and you at least need to do the space study to determine what we ought to do. And, we are all located in multiple different places. Maybe it's time to have more of us together in one building, maybe multiple stories, that type of thing.
That was reiterated to Ms. Long and I during the.
I'm sure.
Very much so during one meeting, especially with Public Works and Public Utilities, but they don't have any place.
They're not the only, it is everywhere. Planning, admin, everywhere. We're converting what were closets to offices.
I was just surprised it was consent and not a discussion item, that's all.
Okay, and then M?
M is.
That's Mr. Schiebel.
Where did I put my? It's the manual, correct. And let me just say that I live close to the Bowling Green site and go there probably every weekend, sometimes 3 and 4 times. And the convenience site is for Caroline County residents only. And I will tell you that has become, we are not the majority user of the Bowling Green site. It is just everywhere from King George to Spotsylvania to South Stafford. I don't know what to do about it. I think it's something we need to discuss. I saw it in here to review this, but I think it needs to be an agenda item down the road to discuss how to fix. I mean, there's trailer loads of stuff coming in there from other places. I took a picture and sent it to Mr. Schiebel one Sunday. That guy wasn't from here at all, but he had an entire trailer, I mean, stacked to the gills. He probably filled a third of an open-top box.
Spotsylvania uses stickers.
We used to.
We used to have county stickers.
Right.
They have stickers that say landfill sticker.
I just think, and this was my opportunity to say, I think this needs to be an agenda item. We need to take a look. I feel sorry for the attendants because they ask people questions and they just don't answer them. They just keep on going. And I asked one guy, I said, where are you from? He goes, I go, where are you from and who are you? And he goes, who are you? I said, I asked you first. He got really obnoxious with me, but he wasn't from here. I mean, an envelope fell out of his car out of his truck with his name and address on it, and it was Spotsylvania. But it was an entire trailer load full of stuff. And I think that's going to become an issue. But I'd like to, the manual, I'm good with the changes, but I think it needs to be an agenda item since it leads with, in section 2, requirements for use of the waste convenience sites. So
You could just create a little small postage stamp sticker that says Caroline Convenience Site.
Right.
And mail it out when you mail the tax bill.
I'd like to bring this back for discussion at another meeting.
Okay. Can we do that?
But
Can we do that? Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve G and K and move, and Joey, it's not that this manual, there's anything wrong with it, it's just I think we need to talk about some stuff.
That was one of my concerns when we got rid of stickers. Well, we know county stickers were a pain of having to do that, but even if we continued to issue the sticker but didn't charge for them, we thought that would help with limiting what trash does come from outside, because we've got no real way to identify a vehicle from the county anymore.
Yep.
Mr. Schiebel, have you seen, I mean, you see metrics and we get billed by the ton. Are you seen changes?
Not significantly. I mean, we've seen some changes, but the uptick wasn't as much as we were thinking. You know, the Dawn site, I would say probably is where we see the most uptick. It is now the second busiest site where it was the third. So it's really right up there and is a really busy site.
Wait, Dawn is busier than Bowling Green?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, you've been there?
Dawn's, the Bowling Green's now number 3.
That's amazing.
That's incredible because I'm in there and I'm going to tell you it's moving.
And Ladysmith used to do about 58% of the trash by itself.
Yeah.
Ladysmith is now around 51%, so it's come down because we've seen the uptick in some of the other areas.
And what's going on down there that's generating so much?
You're close to Hanover, you're close to Essex, and everybody's got to drive back and forth. I mean, that's probably the biggest issue we can see down there.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, so do we have a motion to approve?
I've made a motion for
There's been a motion and a second. So any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. If we could, if the board would, the public has been waiting, and I know but the public has been waiting, if we can do public comments, because public comments were supposed to be at 7:30, and the public has waited till 8. So right now, we're gonna take public comments. Public comments are anything that is not a public hearing tonight. So if you would like to talk about anything that is not a public hearing, you may come down at this time, and you have 3 minutes to talk. So I will open public comment time. Anyone who would like to talk about anything that is not a public hearing, you may do so at this time. I thought there was a young gentleman coming down for a minute. All right, so.
Let him come down.
Yeah, he was running back and forth. That would be entertainment. So is there anyone else who would like to talk about anything that is not a public hearing?
Young lady, go.
Oh, wait, okay, very good.
Hello, my name is Julia Yandura. This is my first meeting, so nice to meet you all. I am here today to talk about the Dominion Energy substation in
Ma'am, could you just give us your voting district?
Mattaponi.
Okay, thank you.
On Ladysmith Road, what they're calling Ruther Glen. So I was informed of the substation on the that it was going to impact my property on the 22nd. I attended the meeting on the 23rd, and I agree with the comments that the community meeting was not very informative. So appreciate you providing that feedback to them. But the meeting felt very isolated, and it didn't inform the public of some important facts about that location. I have talked to them in meetings and email, and it's been made clear that this substation is for a data center. They referenced that it's for growing energy needs and unprecedented growth. I asked them explicitly how it serves the community members, and they said it does not improve the service to the residents. This is a project-based station that serves just the data center and does not improve things for the residents. The construction costs will be passed on to REC, so most likely the construction will be paid for the residents that live there. Whenever I asked them what data center, they didn't really have much of an answer. And I was like, wow, I really haven't been paying attention. I didn't know that there was a data center going less than a mile from my house. But then I looked online. I couldn't find any information about the data center going in this location. I saw that a section of the area was recently rezoned as industrial, but the rest of the lot is residential preservation, where the substation itself would actually go. I'm not alone in the lack of information. I have gone to many of my neighbors, and I sat with them on the app and showed them where the transmission line was gonna go through their property. I asked them, hey, do you know that they're planning to build a data center right directly behind your property? And none of them knew. Not a single person knew. So the transparency is it's just not there. I am very concerned about the power, but I'm also concerned about the water. I don't know what the plan is. As a resident, I don't know if I have any say or if any of my neighbors have any say on about this data center potentially coming. It's my understanding that it might potentially come to the zoning board in a couple months. I've asked around, that's all the vague amount that I've been able to get, but the community does not know, the community is not informed, and I wanted to raise that as an issue.
Before you go, did you send me an email?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to make sure we have been in touch, so.
Yes.
You're one of the reasons why we want to have Dominion have a town hall where the people live who are going to be affected. Okay, thank you very much for your email.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else like to have any comments? It is not a public hearing tonight.
Good evening, Chairman Black, members of the board, Kevin Collins, Reedy Church District. I echo a lot of sentiment in the last speaker's words. The decisions being made by how data centers are sited in this county and the decisions being made by Dominion Energy have significant impacts on our residents. Caroline County is undergoing rapid growth, particularly with the rise of data centers. Unfortunately, this growth has not been accompanied by the transparency and public engagement that we deserve. Many of the decisions regarding these developments are made behind closed doors, leaving our community in the dark about the full extent of their impact. This lack of transparency has particularly affected disenfranchised communities. Recently, I've had numerous phone calls, emails, and Facebook posts directly to me from residents in the districts these projects will impact, mainly Mattaponi and Reedy Church. These residents feel that their concerns are not being heard or addressed. They are witnessing significant changes, such as the need to sacrifice family land for rights-of-way and easements for massive 230 kilovolt transmission lines, substations, without any meaningful opportunity to voice their opinions or influence the process. For many of these families, giving up portions of their land is not just an inconvenience, but a major disruption to their lives and their property. The long-term impact on their land values and their future is profound, yet their voices often go unheard in decisions that directly affect them. This situation highlights a broader issue of fairness and respect for all residents, especially those who are already marginalized and have limited resources to advocate for themselves. The expansion of transmission lines and related infrastructure impose additional burdens on local resources, further exacerbating the challenges faced by these communities. The lack of transparent processes and adequate public engagement leaves residents to cope with these disruptions without proper support or consideration. We must demand greater transparency from both our county administration and Dominion Energy. Add Rappahannock to that list as well. It is essential that decisions regarding data centers and related infrastructure include robust public involvement and address the needs of all affected residents. Families should not be forced to sacrifice their land and their future without having their voices heard and their concerns addressed. I urge our leaders to adopt policies that require data centers to obtain special exception permits and be restricted to designated areas such as the PERT where they were intended to go. This will ensure that all interests of all residents are considered and that no community is left to suffer in silence. Let us work together to advocate for fairness, transparency, and respect for every member of our community. It's time to ensure that growth and development benefit everyone and do not come at the expense of those who are already struggling. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to have anything, comments before we? Ms. Hodge?
Good evening, Mary Hodge, Bowling Green District. I'm unscripted, but first of all, Mr. Forehand, you weren't here last meeting, but you did mention when Kyle Bates was here with VDOT about the median by Tractor Supply looking like a jungle. And I actually took pictures. I was going to send them to you. It still has not been mowed. So 2 months later, and all the roads around Caroline reflect that sort of lack of pride, and to me, it's kind of disgraceful. But another thing I wanted to talk about was that Dominion presentation. I mean, to be perfectly honest, it was kind of a joke. I think the community was just blindsided. I know I was, and thankfully my property's not impacted by those lines. But I do want to talk about lack of transparency. So when I went to that meeting, I had no idea I knew there was a data center approved in Carmel Church, and I knew there was a line that was going to be run for that. But then it was news to me, a Ruth or Glenn line, there's going to be for an alleged data center in Ladysmith area. No one in the community knows anything about that, and apparently somebody must know, because why else would they be putting the line in there? We went through all this with the PERT designation, got the PERT zoning. There's not a data center in the PERT area, except, you made the Matamede. You designated it for that. But now, why is data center in just areas by right now? Are they will they be cited in industrial areas? Is there no approval process? Is there no regulation for data centers in our county? I just don't understand what's going on. And I hope you guys will have some explanations for us at some point, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to discuss anything? Have any concerns, comments before we close down public comment time?
If I may, I came up here for the consent agenda. What I did want to just come up here and say on behalf of Warriors Heart, Chairman Black, Vice Chair Long, and the members of the board is thank you. Here we are a year later. We've experienced a great deal of success at our campus, and that is due to all of you. Over 100 Warriors have been able to choose life. Thank you to this board, and I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to discuss anything before we?
I think that's Mr. Yandor.
Hi, my name is Matt Yandor. I am in the Mattaponi district. I was here to speak in opposition to data centers, and I'm not opposed to new construction and jobs in Caroline County. I work in manufacturing. I have to drive 40 minutes to Henrico County in order to work as a production manager, right? Data centers do not bring new jobs that are going to be sustained inside of Caroline County. This is warehouses full of computers, right? So I would prefer that we have actual jobs in Caroline County, as well as I don't want to be the one that has to pay for the electricity for this. If I put a bunch of computers in my basement, I'm going to have to be the one that has to pay for that electricity. However, with the substations being built, we're all going to be the ones that have to pay for the substation's electricity. So, keep it short, not very scripted, but I'm opposed to the data centers and opposed to the transmission stations. Thank you.
Can you give us your name one more time?
Yes, Matthew Yandora.
Yendor, okay.
Yandura.
That is correct. Thank you.
Oh, she told me. I know you're used to that, huh?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to discuss anything before we close public comment time? Is there anyone who would like to discuss anything before we close public comment? Hearing that, we will close public comment time, and we are going to recess for about 10 to 15 minutes before we go to our public hearing, okay? So reconvene the meeting. Our next part of the agenda is our public hearing, 04-2004 Luckstone Corporation. Okay, looking for a comprehensive plan amendment. If I could, Mr. Hughes, thank you. Take it away.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So the applicant Luck Development is requesting a comprehensive plan amendment of the property in accordance with Article 27, Section 15 of the Caroline County zoning ordinance. The property is located off Jericho Road to the west of the intersection of Jericho Road and Rogers Clark Boulevard, US Route 1, and Zion Road. Currently, the majority of the property is within the Carmel Church growth area and it's designated as a rural transition area. Generally, the yellow striped area you see on the slide there. The request encompasses 17 parcels with 8 owners, totaling approximately 1,196 acres. The area, as I noted, is designated rural transition, which is approximately 1,500 acres. To orient yourself on the map, you can see Jericho Road there is indicated by the arrows.
Hold on, Mr. Hughes. Mr. Sadler, you got the cursor moving so people can see online? Thank you.
Route 1 is indicated here. I-95 is the blue here. This is Ruther Glen Road here, and then this is Route 207 here.
What is the very bottom road at the very other end of this parcel? Of the
Oxford
hash
Road.
parcel?
Oxford,
And
here?
where does Oxford go from where to where?
Mr. Seeley, we'll go to another slide. I have a better image that shows you.
Okay.
So this is the land use map from the Carmel Church growth area that identifies the future land uses in the Carmel Church growth area. The land uses are identified by alphabet with a description for each. The area that is the subject of this request is the white area south of Jericho Road, generally in this area here, excuse me, and west of US Route 1. The description of this area notes that the area is intended to be a transition from the community to the more rural parts of the county. The use of conservation subdivisions is envisioned to be located in the areas designated as rural transition. Conservation subdivisions should have a majority of the parcel reserved in permanent open space with an overall density of 0.5 units per acre. Open space preservation needs to be accomplished through the donation to a land trust or some other non-for-profit entity. Since the adoption of the plan, the county has not entertained significant residential development within the Carmel Church growth area and has focused on attracting businesses, commercial and industrial uses along the 207 corridor in accordance with the Carmel Church growth plan. This has led to the current development pattern and the market identifying this area for industrial uses. The rezoning of land for the Carmel Church Station, which was identified as a UDA, which is this area here identified as A, to PMUD, eliminated 1,000 acres that was identified for industrial uses on the prior future land use map. The inactivity of the Carmel Church Station project and market forces play a role in this area being attractive now for industrial users. This is a map that is that highlights the subject parcels in blue and yellow. And I'll pause here. So Mr. Seeley, Oxford Road is there at the bottom.
Let me ask you, so that whole yellow section is what we're going to add to this?
That is correct.
Everything in yellow?
That is correct.
Okay.
The blue area is
Mr. Hughes,
yes.
Quick question. That current boundary, is that a tributary?
It's Long Creek.
Okay.
but the ownership, some of the parcels are split.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. So they used just a visible land dividing feature, which was the creek, to identify this,
Yes.
not the actual boundaries of a parcel.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Very likely a watershed. The blue area, approximately 1,007 acres, represents the land area in the current boundary, and the yellow is approximately 189 acres, is the land area on the west of Long Creek, the current boundary which splits the parcels. In addition to the change in the land use designation, this is also a request to move the Carmel Church growth boundary so the land area has consistent designation and all of the acreage of the parcels are in the Carmel Church growth area. Currently, the acreage west of Long Creek is not in the Carmel Church growth area. The area we just talked about is yellow. The distances identified on the map represents the approximate distance the boundary will be extended at specific locations. So at this area here, between where the current boundary stops at Long Creek and expanding out is about 792 feet. Here it's about 1,384 feet. Here it's about 590. This is the longest distance here. And then it's about 1,475 feet here. One thing to note while I'm identifying this area here is there's a 0.5 acre piece of this parcel that is on the south side of Oxford Road. And so we're recommending that the expansion of the boundary stop at Oxford Road and not include that 0.5 acre piece. That was also came as a recommendation from the Planning Commission that I will note later. Extending the boundary will not change the policies and goals identified in the plan of maintaining the growth boundary and the areas being a transitional area, maintaining the rural character, and protecting environmentally sensitive areas. As noted in the staff report, a change in the future land use map designation does not change the zoning of the property. It only indicates that the county deems this area as suitable for office industrial uses. Any proposed changes to uses or development plans in this area will require changing the zoning classification with a zoning request. And any request for rezoning should include significant considerations to maintaining the rural character near the proposed boundaries with buffers that maintain mature trees and vegetation on the edges of the boundaries, with potential uses being oriented to the interior away from residences and view sheds along Route 1 and Jericho Road. Corridor design should consider clearing of development sites with buffers along the internal road networks, preserving as much as the existing woodland as possible. And as noted, there are clusters of residential uses adjacent to the proposed boundary. One cluster on Jericho Road is 4 homes, and there are 19 homes on the northern end of Oxford Road, and then there's also a cluster on Zion Road. So the green areas on this map represent those residential clusters. So this is the intersection of Oxford Road and Jericho Road. There are clusters of residences here, and then here, and then also over here on Zion Road. The by right development potential is 119 units based on the total acreage of the request, and based on the total acreage that Luck currently has sole control over, it would be 77 units. This is the county's current future land use map with the growth areas indicated. As you can see, there's the Madam Mead growth area here, the Ladysmith growth area here. This is the boundary of the Carmel Church growth area. This is the current PERT area. And then this area here with the bricks is the area that we're discussing tonight. In late 2023, the PERT areas were adopted, both the Madam Mead and the Carmel Church growth area, PERT area. Excuse me. This change, like I noted, would be consistent with the Carmel Church growth plan. And as I noted before, this is not a rezoning of any of the parcels. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on this request on June 27th, and the Planning Commission recommended the Carmel growth area, as I noted, stop at Oxford Road on parcel 82A55, as Oxford Road bisects the parcel, causing that half-acre piece that I mentioned earlier to be on the south side of Oxford Road. At the Planning Commission, there was one citizen that spoke in favor of the request. The commission did vote 5-0 to recommend approval of the request. And included in your packet, there were several letters of request and a petition with 47 signatures of support. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. The applicant is present, and they also have a presentation.
Question. Currently, the land that's also being included is in reserve. It's not in the growth, it's not in the comp plan as a growth area specified currently. It's specified as future, correct?
Well, it's specified as a transitional area. It is within the Carmel Church
But it's
growth area.
transitional. It's not, right now you couldn't build on it.
You could build residential units on it, yes.
But you couldn't do anything commercial, industrial, or perked.
That is correct.
So how much acreage is that total?
1,100 or something.
Well, so let me clarify your question.
Okay.
Do you want the total acreage of the white area, or do you want the total area of their request? That area that is identified as transition now, that white area there is about 1,500 acres. That area there.
Okay.
From the bottom to the top, between Jericho Road and Route 1.
And it doesn't touch Oxford Road currently, correct?
It does not.
Okay. And it doesn't touch Jericho Road currently?
It does touch Jericho, yes.
Just touches Jericho, okay.
Yes. So you see to the north, this is Jericho here, so all of this is Jericho Road.
Yeah, but but that's still all transitional, it's not?
It's identified as road transition, that is
So
correct.
it's not currently in the comp plan as someplace you could go for zoning?
Well, the comp plan identified this transition area as an area that would be developed, and the comp plan recognizes that this is an area that future development would occur on. So in 2006, when the plan was adopted, there was more of a focus on residential development in this area, because as I noted, the comp plan identifies that this area should develop with larger lots and then have significant open space, and then any open space be put in conservation easements. But the plan then continues to say that this area is ripe for development because of its proximity to I-95 and being at the intersection of Route 1.
Okay.
Before I'm going to give the applicant a chance to speak, Mr. Hughes, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Hughes before I go to the applicant?
I have one. Mr. Hughes, on the green area, 2 of those arrows are pointing to pieces that say Carmel Church School. How are they involved in this?
So the Carmel School is here. This is their property right here. And I will let the applicant speak to their relationship with the Carmel School.
Down there says the Carmel School.
This piece here.
There's 2.
And they own that, yes.
And above it, where the 1933 is, says Carmel School. So I just was confused.
Yeah, they own 2 pieces of property there.
So then are they all that?
Yeah.
Turn your mic on, Nancy.
I'm sorry, I thought it was on. So are they also are they an applicant if they own those 2 pieces?
Yes, there is a relationship between Luck and Carmel School, and like I said, I will let
The applicant can speak on that.
All right.
Does anyone have any questions before I turn over to the applicant? Yes, let's go to the applicant, please. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is John Riley. I'm the general manager of Luck Real Estate Ventures, which is the real estate division of Luckstone. As many of you may know, Luckstone's a 101-year-old family-owned, family-operated business headquartered in the Richmond area. We've had an operating presence in Caroline County for nearly 30 years with our sand and gravel operations along 301 south of here. And we've owned the property that's subject to this discussion this evening for almost the same amount of time. And since 2007, as Mr. Hughes, and thank you to Mr. Hughes for his presentation, since 2007, as he mentioned, the vast majority of this property has been included in the Carmel Church area growth boundary within the comprehensive plan. And during our ownership, we've considered a number of different uses for the property, always with a mind towards the proposed uses impacts on the community, and particularly our surrounding property owners. And over the last few years, given the growth in the area and the amount of interest that we've received without having the property marketed or be soliciting it, and that's being driven primarily, as you all know, and as Mr. Hughes referenced, by the site's access to Route 1, which would be, if we do end up developing a rezoning application to be submitted, I'm used to this. This is like home every night. The adequate transportation infrastructure, the close proximity to water and sewer, and the large nature of the property has attracted the types of uses that are interested in locating in the county, primarily large employers. And we believe that the property is best suited as a result for an innovative economic development and employment center. And it's one that can not only generate jobs and revenue growth for the county, but we believe we can do so in the spirit of the comprehensive plan. A lot of the particulars that Mr. Hughes just stated, there are a lot of environmental features on the property that aren't going to be impacted, that can't be impacted. So we'll have over 200 acres of the project that'll remain in open space. We have adequate buffers. A lot of the area that you see on the edges of the property adjacent to the residential will be maintained in non-disturbed buffers. So we feel like it fits within the larger spirit of the comprehensive plan. And I did want to mention, like with all the projects that Luck does, being a family-owned company that cares greatly about the communities where we operate, we've been engaged with our neighbors and the community in this project, for over 2 years before we're coming before you tonight. We've been, gaining thoughts and feedback. We've been, as I mentioned, engaged, with those immediate neighbors through individual meetings. We held a community meeting back in May at the Oxford Mount Zion Baptist Church. We had about 60 folks that were in attendance. I think that invitation went out to everybody within a mile of the project. I think there were 300 and some addresses that were part of that, mailing. We've continued to field calls and address questions and concerns. And, those interactions are highly beneficial for us. Obviously, as we're thinking about the project, we're able to address some of the needs of the community, some of the things that have been identified for us. We think there's great opportunity for us with this land and this project to incorporate those into it. And as we continue to build the rezoning application that obviously we would have to submit in order to change the use of the property ultimately, we're going to continue to have those conversations. And I'm going to turn it over to Charlie Payne, who's going to go through some of the particulars of the application, and then be happy to address any of the questions that you all have.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Mr. Chairman, other members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Charlie Payne. I represent the applicant. It's always a pleasure being in Caroline County, and thank you for your time this evening. Mr. Hughes has covered much of what I'm going to present, so I'll be quick, and then John, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. First slide here is just a description of the number of parcels that are involved in a project, and the total acreage is almost 1,200 acres. As staff had noted, most of the project is owned by Luckstone, and other parts of the project are under contract. You're very familiar with the site, intersection Jericho Road and Rogers Clark Boulevard and Route 1, very close to the I-95 interchange, which makes this section very attractive. You'll see just to our east and to our south, there are some industrial sites as well, and of course, being very close to the interchange makes this very attractive. It is within the Carmel Church primary growth area. Most of it is. We're adding 189 acres, and to Mr. Seeley's point, we're also asking that this area be designated to office industrial so that we can develop an industrial project at this location projects. The intent is to have an industrial park, a mixed-use industrial park on this site, not one primary use, sort of dictating, if you will, what the site will look like. It'd be very interconnected. We are going through our rezoning application and soon to submit it, obviously subject to approval this evening. And our analysis, I think, is very positive. We think we can get about 5.6 million square feet of industrial space in this location. There'll be a lot of infrastructure construction from roads, utilities, et cetera. If you just do the macroeconomics on it, it generates about $1.9 billion in economic output at full build out, about 1,800 jobs. And that comes out to about $28 million annually in tax revenue, again, at full build out. And that'll be, again, part of our rezoning application. All parcels are currently zoned RP, and the forthcoming rezoning application will be requesting an M1 zoning. Factors in support of the amendment, the area is serviced by, has regional access to public water and sewer facilities. It is in the primary growth area. It is served currently by REC, that's for distribution facilities, that's not transmission facilities. It is located within 2 miles of the county's natural gas pipeline, which makes it very attractive to many industrial users. It is located within a proximity of planned reuse water system that the county is master planning today and possibly can connect to that system. Again, also being located along US 1, less than a mile from I-95 interchange, makes this a very attractive site. This request will also, to Mr. Forehand's comment, clarify the boundaries of the growth area by aligning it with the property lines. Right now, it does bisect several of the properties. It will redefine a portion of the growth area to encourage productive use of land along the county's major transportation corridors.
Mr. Payne, before you go on, could I ask you to repeat the amount of square feet you thought you'd get from the office building?
About 5.6 million.
5.6 million?
That's 5.6 million square feet of industrial space within the project, the entire project.
Can you define industrial space for me?
We're looking at flex, industrial flex, office, storage, distribution, those kind of uses, manufacturing, assembly, et cetera.
Yeah, but any heavy, any sand and gravel coming out of that beforehand? No. Okay.
And remember, Luckstone's owned this for about 20 years. So, you know, you've got a good corporate citizen who's very sophisticated developer, believing the timing is right now to move forward this project, I think says a lot. You know, the other point is we could do 119 by right units on the site to date. And today the taxes that are generated from the property from 1,200 acres is roughly $15,000. So having the ability to rezone this project, you know, and put it in a comprehensive plan, future land use area that would encourage industrial development, it will be a real boom, I believe, for Caroline County. This slide here just, I think, clearly lays out what's currently in a Carmel growth area and what we're trying to add in, which is in the green. And at the Planning Commission, we agreed that the little corner piece down there off of that located on the other side of Oxford would be left out of the comprehensive plan amendment request. So we agreed with that with the Planning Commission. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Mr. Riley's here as well, that you may have. And thank you for your time.
All right, we will take questions. Thank you, Mr. Payne. Mr. Forehand?
None right this second.
Mr. Thomas?
Yeah, is there really an issue with that little 0.5 acres being in or out?
I think it's just that there's a natural boundary with Oxford Road, I think was the issue that was raised by the Planning Commission.
Okay.
That was the only issue.
Okay. Mrs. Long?
Not at this time.
Mr. Seal? Mr. Seal?
Not right now.
Okay. And Mr. Underwood?
Just go back to Mr. Thomas's questions about the point on the bottom, the little piece. What's bordered there on that little piece? I'm just curious why we delete. I know it's a natural border for the road, I believe it crosses. Is that correct?
Right. Right, that's correct.
And that's the reason
that was the reason the Planning Commission.
And there's really nothing you can do with it after that anyway.
That's right. That's exactly right. Right.
Okay. I'm good.
Okay.
Mr. Payne?
Yes.
No 230 megawatt or kilowatt
power lines planned for this parcel.
No, there's, as you probably know, there's no transmission corridor infrastructure nearby here. Right.
Just access was,
Main entrance on Route 1, full light intersection, improvements to Rogers Clark, 207, Route 1, Jericho Road. I think there's some improvements to the interchange area, so it's quite a significant amount of transportation.
so primary access off Route 1.
Correct.
Then you have an internal road network.
Exactly.
With individual parcels inside of your internal road network.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Not right now.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I clarify one question? Ms. Long asked this question before I started talking, and I just rambled on and didn't answer it. But the relationship between Luck and the Carmel School, that's one of the groups we've been working with over the last couple of years. They and our immediate neighbors were some of the first that we approached about this when we started to think about changing the designation of this project. They obviously own the parcel that you identified that's behind the school, which isn't ideal for their use. So we're working on an opportunity with them to take some of the acreage that is closer, that we own, that's closer to Jericho Road, and be able to work out an arrangement whereby they can use that, they'll be able to use that property, and we can incorporate the balance of their property in the that's behind the school into the park. And we've been working on similar arrangements with the land swap, exactly. We've been working with a number of other some of the churches in the area on ways that we can assist them as well. So just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions before I go ahead and open the public hearing? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing on Luckstone, which is public hearing, so I'll just get the number, CA04-2024. Public hearing is now open. If anyone has any comments regarding this, please come down, state your name, your voting district.
Good evening. My name is Gary Trey Taylor of Madison District. And this is Gary Trey Taylor Jr. from Madison District. Good evening to the chairman of the board and the board members. Again, my name is Gary Trey Taylor. I'm a deacon and young adult ministry leader at Oxford Mount Zion Baptist Church under the leadership of Bishop Dwayne T. Fields Sr. and First Lady Cherie Fields. I'm speaking on behalf of our church in favor of the growth boundary amendment for Luckstone. As a proponent of county growth, safety, and accessibility for our community, this opportunity will allow for the creation of estimated 1,870 jobs and accounting for an estimated $28.1 million in tax revenue. This allows for county growth that can be allocated to schools, law enforcement, and community developments. There's a future commitment of 50-plus years of community partnership from Luckstone, who historically has been a community partner. As a result, they understand the growing concerns with this development that may provide some issues to rural preservation. Luckstone has committed to 200 acres of rural preservation while providing additional highway and safety improvements for residents of Zion Road and entrance into our church. Lastly, this project will provide infrastructure for high-speed internet for residents in our church, solving a major challenge that has moved from a luxury to a necessity. And I would also like to give the opportunity for those who are in support in the crowd to raise their hand if they are in support and are not speaking tonight. Thank you. And those are the ones who are in support as well. It is my hope, by hearing my testimony about it, that you will approve this project. Thank you all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding this? Good evening, sir. If you could just state your name and your voting district.
Good evening. My name is Stanley Jones, Madison District. Thank you for this opportunity. And please forgive me, but I got to get something off my chest. I worked with this board for about 8 years, and during that time, you allowed me to build 2 schools in Caroline County. and you supported me. We never had a fight, a fuss about nothing. And the school system did well during that time, and I just want to say thank you.
Well, before you start, since I was here for those 8 years, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. God bless you. I just believe we ought to do something that will benefit Caroline County. And for about 2 years, I've been communicating with Lux Stone about this project and bringing jobs to Caroline County. Most of the people around here travel for an hour north or south to find somewhere to work. And this is going to bring jobs into the community. It's not going to cost us anything. Plus, you just want to get prepared for it because you're going to have to build some more schools around here. And tax money is coming in from Lux Stone. And I just think this is something great. And in the area down where we connect to Lux Stone, there has not been anybody that's been against this happening. I'm 79 years old, so I'm not going to work anymore. But we have a deal with them that at least 5 jobs are going to be jobs with 6 figures. And they must be jobs that the members of Caroline County will hold. Thank you so very much for all you do, and appreciate you.
Thank you. Is there anyone would like to share their opinion on this public hearing? Is there anyone else who would like to share their opinion on this public hearing? Good evening, sir. If you could state your name and your voting district.
Yeah, my name is Rory Smith, in the Reedy Church Voting District. First, Mr. Chairman, and fellow board commissioners, supervisors. I had the pleasure of serving on the Citizen Action Plan that helped create the comprehensive plan for Como Church. And didn't really realize that the boundaries were the creek opposed to the tax maps. If it would have been done according to the tax maps, we wouldn't be here right now. So I stand in favor of amending the comprehensive plan to accommodate Lux Stone. Lux Stone is a 100-year-old family-owned company, and they stand on integrity. And they want to be a good neighbor. And I say we give them opportunity to be a good neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding this public hearing? Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding this public hearing? Seeing that there's no one else who would like to speak, I will close the, Is there anyone else who would like to speak so we can, if you could come down, get closer. So I'm sorry, Mr. Collins.
That's okay. Good evening, Chairman Black, members of the board, members of the audience. Lux Stone has been a good neighbor to Caroline. They've done outstanding community relations. They've been a good neighbor as a stone quarry could be. That's a very heavy industrial use. But I just question the motives of this comprehensive plan change. This boundary has been in place since 2010 when it was created, and Lux Stone has known about this boundary since then. But the changes to the comp plan didn't come around until data centers came about. They're asking for M1 industrial. In Caroline County, data centers are a by right use. They would not even have to ask to put a data center on that land after it was rezoned. Adjustment of these boundaries is only to benefit their pocket because they can purchase this land for cheap and develop it into an industrial office space, whatever they want to call it. All the while they're building 2 million square foot data center outside Leesburg. Same company. I've seen it time and time again where these huge developers with deep pockets and lawyers come into small, unsuspecting areas, and they blindside people with promises of community centers and millions of dollars of tax revenue and land value that's going to increase, and it's always a benefit. They never tell anybody about the negatives, and we saw that tonight where these data centers and large industrial users come in, and now we have substations popping up in people's backyards. It's disingenuous for companies like this to come into communities or are in communities already and think that they're just able to do this because they have the resources. I understand that this would be a benefit for Caroline County if it was put somewhere it belongs, in the land that we've already designated for this. Rural transition in this area is supposed to be a low-density residential transition from the industrial center of Carmel Church as it was intended. Because you don't go from Manhattan or New York City into the woods. There's rural transition, there's suburban areas, there's all sorts of different overlay districts that we have designated in Caroline, yet here we are again asking for changes to the comprehensive plan. And it's just a ploy. You've already heard him say, as soon as this goes through, they're asking to rezone 1,200 acres of rural preservation to industrial. And I think it's ludicrous. We have all of these people that come into Caroline and promise great, grandiose things, and yet we still have no shovels in the ground. Carmel Church Station has been a promise for 15 years, and the first thing that got approved there was a data center. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this matter? Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this matter? Hearing none, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Board members, how do we wish to? Okay. Does the, yes, applicant have a rebuttal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, other members of the board, Charlie Payne. Appreciate your time this evening. I think it's just fair to say that Luckstone has been very transparent. They've been a good corporate citizen for a very long time. They're a known commodity to this county, and we were very upfront that we are intending to rezone this project, in which this board and the community have a second bite at the apple to determine whether our project is viable or not. And I would also note that there have been some projects approved in this county that are data center projects that are moving forward, including the Mattamead project. If you think about what's happened in less than a year, you have had your taxes go from $4,000 to $232,000. You got site plan that's moving. You got water agreements that are being negotiated. So there are projects coming to this county that are going to benefit this county. But this project and this applicant is looking to do something that I think in this particular location would be viable for the county. Let's not forget that not too long ago, there was a rezoning that took viable industrial property off the page. And this is going to help compensate for that as well. So anyways, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, but I wanted you and the community to know that we're well-intended and we're looking forward to working with the county.
All right, thank you. That's all for the rebuttal, then we can have questions.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, thank you. Board members, do we have any questions, comments? Mr. Forehand?
No, I think going with the property lines is smart. I like the gentleman that helped make the plan years ago. Agree that it probably should have been that way. I understand voting districts follow the same physical landmark, and I understand why it was done that way, but again, I got no problem. Luckstone has been in this county for decades, not just this parcel, but other parcels. They're always ready to help in the community. My interactions with folks. Again, it's not often, but it's always been completely above board, transparent, direct. And it's, the understanding that the 1 million square foot warehouse that's over on Ruther Glen Road, across from the new fire station, that was M1 land. This would be zoned M1 land if it's rezoned. Yes, data centers are permitted in that, but that is our one and only zoning designation for industrial property. We don't have 4 or 5 different ones like maybe other localities may, but that's what it is. So I like that any of this would come off of Route 1 and not Jericho Road, not Zion Road, not Oxford Road, off Route 1, which is what it's suited for. They can make a signaled intersection to take those traffic concerns out. It's not densely populated, hasn't had any new growth since 2007 because of the comprehensive plan. It is transitional. 1,196 acres are within the comp plan currently. They're asking for 189 more just to tidy it up with property boundaries. I understand that, and I can agree with that. So, thank you.
Mr. Thomas?
Well, of course, we should have made the growth area the follow boundaries to start with, but that's why we're here today, so we can make that correction. With regard to Luckstone, Luckstone has been a resident of the Mattapanai district, which I represent, since they came to Caroline. I've had absolutely no problems, no complaints, no issues or anything from Luckstone. And during that same time, they acquired this property, and they never actually tried to put a quarry there. They knew the community was against it. And for those that don't know, I used to represent the northern part of Jericho Road, a redistricting or 2 ago. So as far as them being a good corporate citizen, a good neighbor, they've been excellent. What really interests me in this particular project is not only do they want it, but they've managed to get Carmel Christian School or Carmel School. I would imagine since the same people run Carmel Baptist, they've got them in favor of it. They've got Oxford Mount Zion. I have not heard one neighbor who spoke against it. And I think the rest of the board got an email from Mr. Payne yesterday with about 45 or 50 signatures of people in favor of the project. So we are here to look in the long range and make sure we do things right for the majority. But we also have so many people that are saying this is something we should do right now, and I believe that's what we're here to do, is to represent the people. So that's what I intend to do.
Thank you. That's it? That's it, Mr. Dunn? Mrs. Long?
Yes, Mr. Hughes, clarification, please, sorry. When we straighten up the boundary line, which I agree, it should have gone to the boundary line first. We're not changing the zoning, we're just correcting the map, correct?
That is correct. The comp plan amendment does not change any of the zoning classifications on any of the parcels. And like I said, if they wanted, they would have to file a rezoning application, or anyone else who owns property in this area would have to file a rezoning application to do a development outside of the current RP zoning.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Seeley?
Yes, sir. So this should really be probably for you, Mr. Hughes, this should really be a transitional area for housing, is what this is laid out for currently, correct? Because it's called transitional, it's not called industrial, it's not called commercial in the comp plan.
Well, right. Well, like I stated in my earlier presentation, the comp plan notes that near the end of the horizon of the comp plan, this area should be looked at for commercial development. And so, although it was noted as a transitional area that called for larger lots and conservation easements on properties, The plan also notes that near the horizon year, when there are utilities and infrastructure in place, then commercial development is, appropriate in this area. There's an area just north of Jericho Road on the future land use map that I identified as parcel or with the designation of F that speaks to that as well. So the plan did anticipate that in the later years that there would be, commercial development within this area.
We have a number of parcels zoned M1 that have no designated use or anybody building anything on it. Mr. Payne had a piece of property that we rezoned for was that a data center or was that no, I think it was a distribution center over by Virginia, well, actually the Virginia Bazaar site that has had nothing happen with it. It is in limbo again. So we have a number of sites at over here at the Carmel Church there's a couple of, probably almost 1,000 acres there unused that's zoned commercial and quasi-industrial that's not spoken for.
Presentation.
If you bring up my PowerPoint slides, David. Let me show you my first concern of this. Yeah, I got a PowerPoint slide, I made it. So if you look at Jericho Road and you look at where we're actually adjoining, you could actually build a 4-lane road all the way through to Oxford Road. What you could essentially create is you could get off of 95, go down 207, go down Jericho Road a good long ways, take a left, and then come all the way across, come out on Oxford Road, go back on to Route 1, take a left and go back to 95, or reverse that. So adding that last 145 feet that looks sort of innocuous actually creates a brand new thoroughfare that's gonna just use Jericho Road and Oxford Road as throughways that were never intended. And for folks that don't even know that this is coming, this is a real potential. I had a meeting with a Board of Supervisors in Prince William County. Show me the next slide. They didn't see this coming, and they can't stop what's going on, but this is what's happening every day there now. They have dump trucks 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, and you know what they're moving? They're moving dirt from data centers because they can't keep it anymore. So this site zoned industrial could easily take dirt, correct, Mr. Hughes? Industrial site, they could take it, sift it, stack it, say it's for resale with no problem, correct? I mean, that's what the Supreme Court's already ruled on some of this for Prince William. They've had a heck of a battle. But we're setting up Jericho Road and Oxford Road for this very situation is with trucks, with warehouses. Mr. Thomas, you can shake your head, but warehouses, nothing but trucks.
That's not true.
It is true.
A rezoning will determine if this can happen.
But we're changing
the rezoning will determine if this can happen.
They've already said they're going to do their own roads. So go back to my road slide a second.
Do a rezoning.
Yeah, but all that does is say they can build what they want. It doesn't, there's no site plan that we approve. You can get, this as far as Route 1's probably not going to be allowed to have another traffic light on it by VDOT standards. So they're going to have to get around this, and we're not going to have the Carmel Church interchange fixed. Jericho Road's not going to get fixed. Oxford Road's not going to get fixed. But this is what we're potentially going to end up with. But I just think so why don't we take out the piece that actually borders Oxford Road and come back all the way back to the dotted line that's parallel and take all that out of this so that that's not even a viable situation. They wouldn't be able to. Well, I'm just saying this is what folks are going to be facing. We can sit here and shake our heads, but we haven't had a single shovel in the ground for a number of the projects we've approved over the last couple of years. We've been sitting with Kroger for years, 10 years, that's never built 1 million square feet. We've got 350,000 square feet that's for rent right now through Linghamfelter that they don't have a client yet. Well, potentially a client. We've got to do a laydown yard for them. But all these people that are coming looking for land, we have a ton of land that's zoned
Mr. Chairman.
that nobody's
before
used.
us-
Mr. Underwood, do you have?
Before us tonight
Wait a minute,
is-
wait. Why do I get cut off?
I'm just saying, but I want you to stick to the.
I'm sticking to the
Wait a minute, we're not talking about whether other people have put a shovel in the ground, what other properties available. We're speaking
See, I never
about-
get to finish.
And I'll let you finish.
never get to finish,
But I want you to,
Mr. Underwood.
I want you to finish.
I never
But-
get to finish.
But I want you to finish, but I want you to finish on the topic that we're discussing.
All right, let me finish
which
on
is
the topic, Ron.
comprehensive
I've had a couple
adjustment.
of phone calls, and Mr. Payne, maybe you or the gentleman from Luck Stone, is there a community building being built for an organization in trade for some of this? Yeah, you can, I've asked you a question, you can answer it.
Come on up.
We are working with Oxford Mount Zion Baptist Church on one, as I mentioned, when we engaged in this process 2 years ago, one of the community needs that was identified as a part of that conversation was that the church had engaged us and said that they were trying to build a community center to help serve, an underserved community with opportunities. And if that's an opportunity that this project can afford, we think that's a good thing for the county.
I do too, but I wish
we think
that-
that's something that we can, that we can help bring and benefit to the county. And they own some of the property that is included in this application. If there's an opportunity to work with them on that, we think that's a good thing.
But don't you think the county should have had an option on that building and actually put it like at Dawn where we're working very diligently? Mr. Underwood, let me finish. We're working diligently to build a community center. We've been working on that project with Mr. Underwood for 2 years, and we've got a site identified. We've done a lot of work there. Wouldn't it better serve in a better location than on Oxford Road?
Well, I would ask if, when we get to the zoning portion of the application, and we file a rezoning request, and we have the opportunity to speak with the board about what opportunities are elsewhere in the county, be a great opportunity to speak about.
Okay.
I think there's, we think there's a tremendous amount of benefit for the county. And I did want to point out on the map that you showed, the majority of that alignment is either floodplain, RPA, or wetland area. So it physically could not be built.
Well, no, you own land farther in. The only place that wetland would even bother you would be if you approach an Oxford Road. I'm just showing you a line that takes you weaving through your property and how you go from Jericho to Oxford Road, which would create a huge thoroughfare for trucks. So if you did a warehouse, for example, you would never have to touch Route 1 except to go back, and actually you could traverse back to Jericho Road, make a right turn and go straight onto 95 and never touch.
Yeah, I think another part of that rezoning application will be the traffic study that will have to go to VDOT, that, they'll have to approve, the traffic improvements that come along with the project. They'll be part of the proffer package. All that'll be dictated by the zoning.
Yeah, but VDOT doesn't make, I'm gonna tell you, we let a project slide in Mr. Forehand's district where we wanted a left turn lane on Route 1, and that didn't happen, and VDOT was fine with it. So what VDOT makes you do and what they tell us that they can make you, an applicant do, not you in particular, but what they can make an applicant do and what actually happens is usually very different. We did a traffic study for the 1 million square feet that's on, what's the name of the road going towards your place, Mr. Underwood?
Ruther Glen Road.
Ruther Glen Road, that is now just pummeled, and they didn't make them do very much of anything in terms of even left turn. So I don't have a lot of faith in VDOT in making any applicant build anything that, who ends up doing it. We're now actually looking to finance we've gotten state dollars to do that, but to do the actual plans for all that, but the paying for it's probably gonna have to come out of the Caroline County citizens. Yeah. And when I look at this, I just see another one of those projects that the road structure takes a different turn and we end up with it very, very quickly.
Yeah, well, our belief is that when we file a rezoning application, the items that you're discussing, which are all very valid. I mean, I don't question anything that you're bringing up. I think that rezoning application and the opportunity to discuss that with staff, with, with the planning commission, with supervisors, with the county, with the citizens, there's opportunity to address those things.
But you could also sell this parcel as soon as, once the rezoning is done, correct? This is your last parcel of undeveloped land in Caroline. I know you're still sand and gravel mining on 301, but this is your last piece. So this is sort of the, okay, we're done. If we sell this, we can be out of here, and that's the end of the story for us. But because we're promised this, Mr. Payne's been to us before, what the value's gonna be and how much we're gonna make on a piece of property and what the building's gonna be worth, and I still haven't seen the building. We don't have anybody there. And it's not just him, it's a number of other attorneys that say the same thing. We're gonna, $28 million a year is the statement that gets made, or $500,000 a year. We're still waiting. I mean, there are plenty of sites that have been rezoned that have nothing on them. So if people are coming to you, I wish you'd see Mr. Wilson and direct them to places that are actually rezoned that they could go to.
Well, I think again, we have the opportunity, and we do have interest in the project, and I think, we're excited to move forward with it. We think, obviously we have a lot more work to do. We've got a lot of questions to answer, and we look forward to doing that. But we think, this is a viable project. We think it's one that the county's going to be proud of, and we think, and we're excited about it.
Okay.
Mr. Underwood.
I just have comments, Mr. Chairman. Each project stands on its own merit, first of all. And I think we've been all over the map about what other folks have done and what other folks have, and what the motive is. We asked for a process. Luckstone has gone through several meetings, community meetings. They've gone before the Planning Commission, which is part of our process. They've listened to the community. They've got community input. We're always talking about things being done in transparency and what it is that they want to do. Here you have an opportunity, as we looked at it, to straighten up a boundary that's basically a few feet up from the river, which would take it to its, as Mr. Forehand mentioned, the tax boundary, which just makes sense. Here's a company that's, again, worked with our local churches, the local school there, working to make sure they don't impact them by working with, what can we do for you if this property in any way inhibits anything you want to do? And you come to an agreement, they say, hey, we'll work with you. We're going to be a good neighbor. They've been a good neighbor for centuries, or for decades here, basically, not centuries, but for decades here in the county. So the motive is, we want to make what's already here better. Sure, you're going to have opposition, but everything other than stay the same, you're going to have opposition. I heard the same opposition to everything that you want to do. Well, you got property on the other side of the county. Yeah, we do have other property. But this is a property that adjoins their property. It's just a sensible project. They've done it the correct way. They've gone through all of the hoops. I could sit here all night and say, what if? If it rains fire tomorrow, none of us have to worry about it. I'm saying to you, this is a great project. You've got an outstanding organization, Luck, that wants to work with us to make the county better, to take $15,000 in tax money that we're receiving and build it into schools and roads, police department, fire department, because we're going to need them, because whether you like it or not, Caroline County is growing, is going to continue to grow. This area is a growth area, and Caroline County is a growth area for the state. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion if it's appropriate.
Yeah, do you mind if I just ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
And then Mr. Wilson, can I just ask you a question? how much, just out of curiosity, how much M1 land do we have available for a company? Right now, we don't rezone anything right now. How much do we have?
I'll give you an approximate answer because we're working with planning right now with NGIS to give you as complete a number as we can. We have approximately 2,450 acres under contract right now. Now, I understand that this is land that businesses have shown interest in, have spent money on to get a contract, study it, due diligence. These studies cost a lot of money, take a long time, and they're working with engineers. They're also working with their own finance departments and investors, this sort of thing. It takes a while for this to mature and gel, but people are putting out hundreds of thousands of dollars to study these properties. So that property, those 2,450 acres, are approximately all I have to work with for a significant project. Now, there are some smaller properties. Unfortunately, a lot of them are underwater or they're very far away. We estimate there's about 700 acres of M1 property in the county that is not under contract and not already built on.
So if you take,
if I may, it's important that the distinction be made. There's a little blue dot all the way on the right-hand side there. That's owned by some folks who, I don't know why they have that. It's next to John Rock Sawmill. That's an M1 piece. It's about 100 and some acres. I can't do a whole lot with that. It's not near anything as far as utilities go and so forth. I think John Rock would probably use it for a laydown yard or something if they needed it. On this map, there's next to 301, you see a little blue dot there. That's supposed to also be available. It's actually not available. That's a Williamsburg mill there. And there's another 50 acres down by Chandler Corner, except it's underwater. It's all RPA. And then when you take out those and you wind up with about 700 acres, 600 acres actually when you take those out, they average about 8 to 10 acres each. It's 60 some, I don't know if it's 60. There's a lot of very, very small parcels that you simply can't make a recruitment with. And then they have RPA problems and they're nowhere near infrastructure and often hinterland. So, you know, what's actually available to us to
so if you took, yes, so let's boil it down to what's actually available to us.
I got about nothing. I got Ladysmith Business Park, which is about 50 acres. But that's
So let's just say, because, which everyone talks about how, when we had this huge industrial, we had Trader Joe's come in, this had thousands of trucks. No one ever complains about that, but they complain about a data center, which is like, you get all these trucks on the road, which I've never understood that, but okay. My question is, if you had the Trader Joe's come to us again and say, hey, we want to put a second one down of these, do you have, well, no, that's, yeah, but, yeah, no, you didn't. Well, yeah, but we have something better. But if we had a second one, would you be able to put it?
Well, no, I can't, because the one place where I could put it already has a contract on it. Someone else is going to put a project there. In fact, I had a prospect about 2 weeks ago that I thought was very good for us. I had no space, like you just said, to put them. So I had to go to where we already have a contract on a property. I had to go to that business and say, I know you want to develop this site. Would you be willing to work with this company to do this project? So I almost have to piggyback existing projects for new ones if I'm going to.
Okay, that's kind of what I mean, because you hear about all this time, all this land that's available, when you actually break it down as to what's, okay, that's what I really wanted to know, is how much actual usable land for a big project is there.
It can be very confusing. That's why we're working on this map and these lists, so that the board would have very concrete information for you to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Underwood, you can go ahead now.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we amend the comprehensive plan for the Carmel Church growth area boundary to add the 189 acres of additional area fully enclosed tax parcels, and the tax parcels are noted in on our board packet.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any
Mr. Chair, but you also need to change the land use designation if that is your motion. So
Change
it's the land use designation from rural transition to office industrial. Yeah. just
I'll
make a
add it to my motion and change the designation to office industrial, correct?
And I amend my second as well.
Hold on. I didn't follow that.
He wants it that the last line on the thing says, commercial office and open space, low density.
That's a designation that's currently in the comprehensive plan?
Yes, office industrial,
And that
yes.
matches the meat of the larger parcels designation?
No, all of it right now is designated as rural transition.
Right.
So the request is, Gary, can you go back to the other slide?
Yeah, if I could just clarify, I mean, I think
Mr.
it sounds like Mr. Underwood was giving more specifics, but ultimately, it sounds like the motion is to approve CA 2020, 04 CA 2024, and that he was articulating specifics about what is before the board, but what I heard is a motion to approve.
This simple, plain and simple CA 04-2024.
Yes.
And with that comes that designation?
Yes.
Okay. Because that's part of the application.
Yes.
All right, so I'm clear.
I made it too complicated.
That just seemed to come out of the blue.
That was my fault.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I don't blame you for being confused, because I thought I said, are we just adopting the change and the boundary line, and we weren't doing any rezoning, but actually we are changing, we are not, because it says rural preservation here.
But you are not rezoning the land, you are changing the land use designation.
Okay, land use designation, not the zoning, okay.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I have one.
Let's call the question. I answered.
Well, I'd like to say something before.
Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't say.
I mean, but I would like to say something before we vote. And one of the things really quickly here is I've heard tonight a couple things just sitting back and listening to people that a lot of the projects that we have done haven't come to fruition. They have. Some of the stuff it's on the way. I mean, we have approved stuff, and there is some stuff that hasn't. I mean, the Airly development, you're right, it hasn't come along. It's been disappointing. But just a couple years ago, we approved the Trader Joe's warehouse. That's bringing us in a significant amount of money. So to say our projects are not coming through, the Amazon Mattamead project, yeah, I mean, we're still waiting on an agreement, but it's coming. It's reality. They're already starting on those projects up in Spotsylvania. So anytime we do something like this, yeah, sure, it's a gamble. But one of the things for me, since I've been on the board, there's been two companies that I can say that I would agree with 100%, and I would do anything for them because they have been a great citizen. MC Dean and Lux Stone have been excellent for this county. And I don't think Lux Stone is going to take us down a path. You have to go on a limb, but it's a trust thing. I don't think Lux Stone's going to take us down a path on something that we don't want to do. Plus, we're going to have the final say on it, on a rezoning. We're going to have the final say. Special exception. Okay, so I don't see why this would be in any way harmful to the county. Okay, I mean, I feel like sometimes there's 100%ers out there. I always take things on a case-by-case basis, and I think sometimes there's people that are 100%. Every single data center is bad. No, some are. Some are good. Every single solar farm is bad. No, some are actually in the right location. Some are in a very, very poor location. And it's a case-by-case basis. And I think in this instance, amending the comp plan for this is actually a good thing. We need industrial. People talk about we're growing at an exponential rate. And anytime we have a subdivision that wants to come to us, we say we don't want it because we're growing too fast. Well, if you don't want the subdivision, you want the houses, we need something else. And the companies like this, it benefits us by getting a tax base, and it brings us in money rather than have to spend money. Because when you do a subdivision, you have to build more schools, you have to build more roads, you have to hire more police, more fire. So with that, I will agree, and we're ready for the vote.
I had one comment you promised.
Yep.
And I will say that Luckstone has been a great corporate citizen in Caroline. And you now see my concerns of what they are. They're in writing, and you see what I'm very fearful of for everybody on Oxford Road and Jericho Road. I'm hoping that Luckstone continues their good path, and I wanted to be able to express my concerns, and that's what I've done tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Forehand, you said?
I do appreciate Mr. Seeley's devil's advocate. I think it's healthy. I think that either a proffer or a condition and any future zoning request for access to this parcel off of Route 1 would solve that expeditiously. Because I too don't want this accessed off of any of those side roads, Zion, Oxford, or Jericho. On a similar note, I am in my 9th year on the board. It's hard to believe. For the first 7 years, there wasn't a building built in the county that was over the size of a gas station. Okay, for 7 years, and probably a couple years before that, we weren't building anything. And anybody that calls that industrial or commercial growth, that's laughable. We've had at least 5 buildings in the last 2 years that have gone up, just in the last 2 years. We have Tractor Supply, we have 2 large buildings at MC Dean, we have the Trader Joe's warehouse, and we have the recently completed warehouse at the industrial park. What is it? Panettone. That's 5 buildings in 2 years after going 7, 8, 9 years with not building one. So that is encouraging. Again, the downturn was in 2008, 2009. We're 15 years beyond that. And if my guess is if we were to stretch back our look back even before I was on the board, that we didn't build a building bigger than a gas station for at least 10 years in the whole county. On Fort Walker, they built a whole bunch of stuff, but that's on them. So it's positive. There's economic growth. There's interest in Caroline County, and every penny of this tax revenue that's now starting to come in after a decade of not having really anything new, it's helping to fund things that have given us a reputation of being poor. It's countering that reputation that we've had for way too long. And we have an opportunity in front of us to entice some growth, whether that be data centers or whether it be industrial property. We are getting the interest finally. We're making some smart decisions, and we're trying to protect as best we can the rural character of the county. But we went a long time without adding anything new. And I just wanted to point that out, because when I started looking at it and then looking at dates and then thinking back, I'm like, oh my gosh, we've approved one apartment complex that never got built in my entire time on the board. One. All right, never got built. And we've approved some commercial property. All of these, I think we approved the Tractor Supply. That was it. Everything else was approved many years ago, before I was on the board. So for those that are interested, this stuff doesn't come fast, and when we get an interested party that says, hey, they want to move fast, We want to break ground in 2027. All right, that's fast to them because they know it takes years and years and years, whereas fast to me is that I'm going to break ground in January. But that's, again, just how different our paradigms are with what's fast and what's feasible. So again, I just wanted to point out those items, and there might be another building that was built in that 10-year span, but I can't think of it. So thank you.
Are we all gonna make statements if that's the case?
I thought you made your statement.
Okay, well, I need to speak to the people that were here before those 9 years, Mr. Forehand, with all due respect. And part of it, I guess I could use the analogy of, at that particular time, Caroline was like a man struggling in the water, trying to swim. And he'd been tired and going a long time and bounced up and down and was on his last leg. But we kept treading water to get to this point. And we got to this point, and somebody reached down and gave us a lifeline to get into a boat, and now we have a chance to move full speed ahead. That's what we need to be doing, is moving full speed ahead. We also, and I have the perspective that nobody else has, 20 or so years ago, when we identified areas to say, maybe this is a good growth area, maybe that's a good growth area, we were envisioning things that would happen 20 years in advance. Things change in 20 years. Just because I thought it was a good place to be 20 years ago is not what people think is a good place right now. And now we're still in that same spot of going full speed ahead where they want to go, which is reasonable. We don't put, and I personally have had a toxic waste producer ask if he could come to Caroline. Millions and millions of dollars. Of course I said no, and don't call me back ever again. That's how selective we have to be. And the last thing is, people talk about, data centers. And if this is the right kind of data center, like the one we just approved behind Flying J, that data center will use a closed loop water system. It will use the same amount of water that 7 houses will use, but it will return the tax revenue of 500 houses per building. That's a significant increase for Caroline County, significant opportunities for all of Caroline County's residents. I'm looking 10, 20 years ahead again. We would have plenty of money to fund our schools, fund our sheriff, fund public safety, keep our tax rates low. We are looking in the future, and we've got an opportunity right now to say, yes, this is a good future, and that's what I'm going to do.
Okay, are we ready for the vote now? Call the vote. Yes. All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So 6-0. All right, we're going to move on. Our next item of business, which is the unfinished business. So agenda item number 5, to request to designate the North Anna River or a portion thereof as a Virginia scenic river. No. So we're doing 5. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if the board votes to do this, which I think is a great idea, but I don't think it should be something that's thrown on our staff. I would like the board to have staff, or I'll be glad to do it, contact Friends of the Rappahannock. They did it for the Rappahannock River to see if they would do the footwork and the research on getting the letters out for the North Anna River.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have one comment. My only comment is, we talk about, again, everybody's, the buzzword for us now is transparency. But you haven't heard from the landowners to say this is what we want to do along this 5-mile stretch. I think it's important that we get their input as well. Give them an opportunity to voice yay or nay. Doesn't appear to be anything negative based on what Ms. McCleary said. Matter of fact, she was very informative. But again, if we're going to do right, then let's do right. Let's give this citizen an opportunity to know what's coming, what it is, and what impact, if any, it has upon them. That's my only concern.
I totally agree, Mr. Underwood. That was my statement before, that citizens had to be included. But you need to know, you need a group to go down there and look at the river and paddle it so they can give the recommendation as to where it could be, because you have to have an input site and an out site. Once they've got that, then we would go back and contact the property owners.
So do we have, what's the action item we want to do?
Contact Friends of the Rappahannock to see if they would, and talk to them about working with us on this.
Contact the landowner, so have,
To start the process.
yes, okay.
And that contacting landowners at the appropriate time would be part of that action.
Okay, so is that clear, Mr. Parton, or?
You need to know what part of the river you're going to put in the.
No, I thought he said contact the landowners first. I was just trying to hear.
Oh.
Sorry.
No,
Mr. Underwood, did you say contact the landowners first?
I think the landowners should have input as to what we're trying to do before we say we're going to do it.
We have I mean, going with the Friends of the Rappahannock is something that I don't have a problem with, if that's okay, but they're going to contact the landowners.
The landowners need to be contacted, but there needs to be that 5 mile or 8 mile stretch or whatever they deem necessary, because you have to have a place for people to access the river and a place for them to get out of the river.
Which is in there in the designation.
Which is part of the designation. Once they find those areas, then they can look up the property owners in Caroline County and go to step 2. But right now, they'd have to do everybody all the way down the river because they don't know where the stretch is going to be.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
They have the stretches. The stretch is a
process.
designated stretch. The 5 mile stretch has been designated.
No, it hasn't.
It's actually almost 17.
Yeah. So anyway, please. But I mean, yes. So are we okay with?
Has it been, I mean, that's what I'm saying. We as long as the folks are discussed with them, whether it's 20, 15, 7, I don't care.
We're just looking for someone to
input.
take charge of.
That's all.
Friends of Rappahannock, that's what you want.
That's it.
Yes, I move that we contact Friends of the Rappahannock about moving forward. But they have to be, we will contact them and ask them to do it.
Yeah, well, okay.
I know they did, but we have to get back to them, Mr. Collins, with our motion. We have to make it official.
Okay.
But we appreciate your help.
So do you have the motion?
Yes, I move that we contact Friends of the Rappahannock to move forward with the river designation with the understanding that property owners in Caroline County that are affected will be contacted.
Okay, do I have a second? It's a good motion. Second. Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. All right, we are to the next one, new business. Discussion of a proposed new position for the Department of Economic Development.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It's been proposed in the budget to create a position of Deputy Director for Economic Development. Staff has looked at this and considers it perhaps a bit premature at this time to add another staff member. We're very cognizant of the concern about single point of failure. In that regard, we'd like to bring to your attention that we do have on staff currently Mrs. Beard, who has been the Director of Economic Development for RADCO in the past before she took on a career in tourism. She was able to create be a part of the King George Power Plant creation, the GEICO recruitment and created industrial parks. So economic development is hardly a new concept for her. Also, addressing that issue, staff is together on this. Economic development is a team effort. We have a great working relationship with planning and administration. We're sharing information all the time. So in case something unfortunate should happen to the economic development director, there would be people who could pick up the thread readily until he was recovered or replaced or found, whatever would actually occur. However, we do have an idea of what you might want to utilize some of that money for, because right now, as we've been discussing, the pipeline is kind of full when it comes to actual industrial projects. But what we would like to do is reach out with professional consultants to the retail world and give it our best effort to try to overcome what is currently a major issue and problem with our ability to recruit retail, which is, of course, the actual numbers of households and population that drive retail sales. But there are people who are expert at this. We've been talking to a number of them. One, for example, has been hired by Stafford County. You probably think Stafford is probably doing pretty well, but they, like the rest of us, know that retail is not jumping in everyone's boat as fast as we'd like them to. We would like to try to go out and try to round up the best company we can to facilitate. This way we would not only have one person, we'd have several people working for us in this effort. And while that was happening, should we get a victory through that effort, terrific. Should we not, we would get a detailed report on why not. What is it that this county has to do to be competitive for retail recruitment? That, I think, would be very valuable to be able to show to the public just exactly what it is that retailers are looking for to make investments. We think we know, but I think it would be helpful if we had a third party that could put maximum effort out to achieve this and at least give us a very detailed and clear understanding of what the effort has to be in the future to be successful. That's a recommendation.
Thank you. Any board members?
I think this makes more sense than hiring somebody, because you've got to have a specialty. Floyd knows in sales, everybody's got their own niche, and nobody has all of them. But this made sense to me.
Yeah, I thought it was a good idea with considering Mr. Wilson's recommendation.
And we're always here that why can't we have this and why can't we have that? At least there'll be data to either perhaps entice someone to come, or at least it'll be available so that they can readily look at the data, at the assessment. Or it'll give us, hey, we need another 5,000 households before these companies, this list of companies will even look at you, or whatever. I know that they all have a business model, and we just don't seem to fit a lot of the models at this point. So I'd like to know for sure, though. Thanks.
I'd make a motion to approve agenda item number 6 and move forward and see how this works out.
Second.
All right, there's motion and a second. Any discussion? I would like to say, Mr. Underwood just, in the spring when we were doing the budget, he just worded it differently than I guess I had over the years. And he talked about single point of failure. And my opinion, and I'm one of 6, your department is the only department of all the departments we have. All the other departments take money from us. We need money for a park. We need money for planning. We need money for this. Your department is the only department that makes us money. And we have, basically you're the guy who's trained to bring in the big companies, right? That you're it. And it is a major concern of mine that a department that is that is so vitally important to us when we start, tonight we've been talking about economic growth. We have one person to cover the retail in Ladysmith, the warehouses everywhere. That concerns me. And hiring a consulting firm, I'm not against it, but I am concerned that I think yours is a department that needs to grow, and I'm not going to give up on that, because I think if we're going to be a growth area, we do have a single point of failure. And so Mr. Underwood actually, he just worded it differently, but I am in agreement that we do need, sooner rather than later, we need a second employee in that department that can recruit for us.
I don't understand. Well, can I go? Because Mr. Seeley reminded me of something when he said, in sales. And I did know for quite a while, but we had a phrase of people chasing elephants, going out after a big deal, and you only get 2 or 3 of those a year if possible, and people chasing the middle-sized deals, and you can get 5 or 6 of those a month. But it's hard when you're chasing an elephant and you see you've got this big prospect that you can really get, but it just keeps dragging along. And what some companies that I worked for did is they had field reps, which was me, the one that went out to the field, but they had inside sales reps that stayed in the office, and they called those smaller ones constantly, or if I found a smaller one, I turned it over to them. I think what you're trying to create is that same kind of concept. Your retail person will be able to focus on what we've been missing. And of course, if you hit the lottery and decide to run away tomorrow, you've been keeping in touch with Mr. Cully, who has all of your contacts and everything else. It'll take a while, but when you send us a postcard from Tahiti, we'll eventually be able to catch up. So the single point of failure is still there, but it's not really as serious as some people think.
All right.
So that's it.
We have a motion and a second for.
I was the second, I think.
Yes, for going with the consultant rather than hiring another employee.
Correct.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Division of the House, Mr. Forehand. Mr. Thomas.
I vote aye.
I will vote nay. Mrs. Long.
Aye.
Mr. Seeley.
Aye.
And Mr. Underwood.
I vote nay.
All right, and so the motion does carry 4-2.
See, Mr. Black, I voted.
Thank you.
Can somebody tell me why Mr. Underwood and Mr. Black are agreeing on something?
I know it's the tornado came through.
Must be am I in the Twilight Zone or what?
All right, so agenda item number 7, first reading of text amendment 04-2024.
Question. I have a question on it.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Can you just give us a little presentation?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, summarize as quick.
Okay.
Very concise.
Staff is bringing forward text amendment TXT 04-2024, which is proposing changes to our standards for minimum parking space size and travelway widths. Currently in the zoning ordinance, parking space is required to be 9 feet by 18 feet. However, standard full-size trucks are approximately 20 feet in length. As a result, they overhang into the travelway up to 2 feet in commercial and residential developments. In order to maintain sufficient travelway, staff has recommended that the parking space size be increased to 9 feet by 20 feet. In addition to the change to the parking space size, staff is also proposing to adjust the minimum width of travelways or two-way roads and drives to have a minimum. Currently, the zoning ordinance requires that they be a minimum width of 22 feet, with an exception in residential developments that they be 26 feet. This amendment would require that two-way roads and drives in all developments be 26 feet. The Planning Commission held their public hearing on July the 25th, and they are forwarding this text amendment to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation of approval.
My only question is, how quick can this go into effect? Because I've always thought parking spaces are getting smaller and smaller, And all the new SUVs have a much wider footprint than the cars that we seem to be getting bigger again in terms of size. So how quickly can this go into effect and what would it affect?
With your authorization, we would advertise this for public hearing, ideally at a board meeting in September.
Question.
Doesn't grandfather anybody.
You
still can't park at China Inn.
Well, we still can't mark some of the new places that have gotten smaller and smaller and tighter, which is the real concern. But
So do we ever want to move forward with this?
yes, I make a motion, we move forward.
Second.
Well, I just had a question. You sometimes see in parking decks and some parking areas that some spaces designated for small vehicles. Is that completely not permitted under this text amendment?
I'm not aware that someone would be restricted from proposing compact spaces. This just extends the length for a standard space.
Agreed, but if you have a small parcel and you want to put a small building, but you need that 2 feet, and you can say, all right, these spots were at my entrance are only big enough for small cars. I can't do a 20-foot spot. I mean, is there any flexibility, or is this the rigid, must be this type of?
I believe this would change the required standard, so parking spaces would have to be 20 feet in length.
Is there any exception process? Not currently? Okay.
Not currently.
All right, thank you.
All right, so what do we want? We have the motion, right, to move forward?
Yeah.
All right, so I have a motion, do I have a second?
Yeah, there was.
Motion is second, all those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. All right, number 8, authorization to designate reserve from undesignated general fund balance to provide safety surety for the VDOT Access Grant Program. Yeah, we have a motion to approve.
Second.
Please,
A motion and
thank
a
you.
second. Any discussion on the motion?
Presentation.
I feel like Chief Loftus.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Look at this. All right.
You're not quite Chief Loftus, but good.
All right, discussion of the proposed changes to the approval of the Planning Commission actions.
This one, part of this is also from legal. As it came up the last meeting where we had a bunch of things scheduled for public hearing, we feel it's better, instead of y'all adopting that, we'll still give you all the information. As you see in your packet, you've even got the sheet that we're going to give you at board meeting, and then once again on meetings where you only have one meeting a month. So you'll have all the information of what's moving forward. And as I understand it, this was sort of brought to the board and started a number of years ago, so the board would be familiar with what was coming through planning and coming to you. So our recommendation is staff develop, along with the chairman who helped set the agenda, because it could be one night you could do 5 or 6 public hearings, because they're all like text amendments related to each other, and they're not controversial. They're housekeeping. Nobody's versus you're going to have a controversial, it's going to be an hour full of speakers. So I think you don't want to set, hey, we're only going to do 2 or 3. I think you just need to figure out what they are as we move forward and set those. So you don't need to adopt that, and just we'll provide that flexibility with the chairman to set the agenda with what's moving forward, what's come from planning to you. And you would know that months in advance based on this sheet, the spreadsheet we're giving you with everything that's going on in planning.
Yeah, I just don't want to,
We don't need any action
the ones that were piled up were just never going to get done.
Right, and part of that was the planning commission, due to some illness and different things, didn't have a quorum and missed a meeting. And so that backlogged a bunch of stuff to the board because the planning commission didn't have a meeting. So they ended up doing a lot of things, and then they were all piled up for y'all.
Okay. So you don't need any action from us, correct?
Just that we would no longer place approval of the planning commission schedule on the consent agenda for the board to.
Oh, that's fine.
So we just wanted you.
But you would still do planning commission actions?
Yeah, we'd still provide all, but we wouldn't want you to vote on the schedule.
Perfect. Okay. Bless you.
Okay.
Bless you again.
All right, can we move it? We move.
Bless you
Moving
again.
on to, we know we've got Mr. Forehand added something to the discussion on the
Meeting
minutes.
minutes.
And actually, this is for Mr. Cully. I got a call from a gentleman that actually likes the minutes being posted and realized that we're way behind.
We realize that.
And is there a possibility that we could hire some temporary help to get caught up? I know you are busy and not getting, there's no light at the end of the tunnel for not being busy.
Right, we've hired a new employee, we're going through training, and we tried a service one time, but that was more work on Pam than just doing them, trying to clean that up.
Right.
Because those people don't know who anybody speaking is when they're listening to an audio, so unless they're watching a YouTube video and trying to figure it out, it becomes difficult. So we are working on it as a goal to be bringing those to you every month and to get the backlog ones, and I will work with Pam that our goal is to, when this meeting's done, next month, this meeting will be on, so that.
Right, I know that's always been the goal. It's
Well, I
just-
know, but it's more of a goal now that we've got another employee that's
Okay.
here working on that tonight, so.
And that can learn voices and.
Right, and
doesn't
knows
have
what's
to-
going on and at the meeting. So I think we will catch up that backlog. It's not something that I like. When I was in Middlesex for 18 years, we pretty much had meetings, unless we had 3 meetings in a month, we normally had the minutes done for the next month's meeting. So it's something I'm used to, but we just gotta get there and get caught up.
I mean, we do have the video, so it's not like.
It's not, correct.
We have.
Correct.
Nothing out there. It's
Correct.
just, okay.
Somebody wants to read it, they can't. But,
All right, so there is hope.
No, there's more than hope. I mean, that's
Yeah.
it's a goal, and we've hired a person, and we're going through training. I mean, that's not something you can just pick up there. Trust me, there were not a lot of people beating down the door wanting to do minutes.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt.
There's no AI software that can do that?
Not yet. With everything we've looked at from services and things was not helpful at all. We have an audio of it, too. There's a video and an audio. We've been digitally recording since I got here, got off the tapes.
We saved those permanently?
Yeah, they're permanently saved on the servers that, backed up at the
In
office.
fact,
So,
the
yeah, they're-
AI will put your voice on Jeff's
No.
Jeff's mouth saying something.
No, that's
ridiculous.
That's AI criminal. AI
anyway.
software should be able to recognize my voice from his and say, this is this guy and whatever.
Anyway, we hope to be caught up, and that's a goal to,
All right, so that's, we need a motion to go and, do you want to do
information is pretty.
information and then we can go to
Pretty
closing
quick, we
board?
got your status of capital projects in the packet as always. There's nothing left for August on the calendar. Labor Day is Monday the 2nd, and our meeting is Tuesday the 10th. Then we also have a meeting on the 24th, and the State Fair starts on the 27th and actually runs through the 6th of October. Doesn't end on the 30th. I think that Pam just kind of got that on for the month of September, but, so those are the things we have for September. Our next meeting on the 10th.
All right, so can I get a motion to,
Do closing board comments when we come out, we're done?
sure, closing board comments?
Just wanted to point out that the tanker that was sitting out front was not a county-purchased apparatus. That was roughly a $500,000 piece of apparatus that was funded mostly by the department itself. So kudos to them for taking that initiative and getting something they want.
Mr. Thomas?
Bought it.
No, I don't have any.
460,000.
I'll let it go.
Mrs. Long?
No, sir.
Mr. Seeley?
Just that Bowling Green Volunteer Fire Department did buy that tanker in its entirety. Totally.
Okay. Mr. Underwood?
I have none.
Okay, sweet. All right, and I have none as well. So we are motion to go into closed session.
I move that this board convene in closed session pertinent to the litigation exception of section 2.2-3711, A7 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney and briefing by consultants regarding pending litigation to the Caroline County Circuit Court, in the Caroline County Circuit Court and State Corporation Committee, where such consultation is open. An open meeting would adversely affect the litigation posture of the county. The consultation with legal counsel and contract exceptions of section 2.2-3711, A8 and A29 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney and discussion with staff regarding new state law impacting processes and policies of the Department of Public Utilities, a revenue sharing agreement for property located in the Port Royal District, and a performance agreement relating to the potential VBRSP grant from the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, where discussion of the foregoing agreements in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the county, and the real estate exception of section 2.2-3711, A3 of the Code of Virginia for discussion with county staff regarding the potential disposition of real estate in the Bull Church area. 4, the cybersecurity exception of section 2.2-3711, A19 for briefing by staff concerning actions to respond to specific cybersecurity threats where discussion in open meeting would jeopardize the security of county information technology systems. 5, the personnel exception of section 2.2-3711A1 to discuss personnel matters.
All right, I have a motion to go in closed session. Do we have a second? Second, motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That was a long one. That the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certify that to the best of each board member's knowledge, that only public business matters lawfully accepted from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
Second.
Sorry. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Forehand, do you certify that everything that we went into closed session was discussed in closed session?
So certified.
Mr. Thomas?
I so certify.
Long?
I so certify.
Mr. Seeley?
I so certify.
Mr. Underwood? And I so certify. Motion to
Move for a
adjourn?
motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Mr.